I'll survive. Um, Welcome everybody. I heard that it has begun. Oh God, it has begun. Let's get down to business. I'm gonna start up a little screen share here first and foremost. And it's gonna be quite apparent where our wonderful story will begin. Please be on Roll20 because there will be handouts, pictures of friends and family and places you will be at. Want you guys to get the full experience. And you all are. Excellent. Um, so, um, it is the age of Arcane. It is the height, and above table, we will know this is the absolute pinnacle height of magical advancement that current canon Exandria has ever seen. There is, well, we come into the city of Avalir, which is a magnificent representation of this advancement of magical prowess, where even the lowliest commoner knows a couple of cantrips, and the people who sit at the absolute pinnacle top of the city's Mageocracy are masterful archmages, people capable of bending reality with the flip of their finger. Magnificent spells and magic are being cast daily. Everybody, essentially TV exists. That's a crazy advancement, where the city receives daily updates about the news, about things going on, shops selling their wares. Magical shops are not an unusual thing. Magical inks, and no small amount of magical schools where scholars may go to learn of the great wonders of magic. Most of all, being here in Avalir is the great Sorcerer's University, a prestigious place to be. If you are anybody trying to learn magic, you want to be. But we've got everything from the Hall of Prophecy, where the greatest of divination wizards are able to foretell the future and calamities to come, to be avoided, and also great advancements to be brought forth. The Sorcerer's University. We do have the Vault of the Golden Scythe, storehouses of the great merchant guilds who run airships to and far across the landscape to accumulate the great wealth of Avalir to excel their magical advancements. The Tower of the First Knight, where the great warriors who hail no god are mighty paladin protectors of the land. It is a city of wonders. That much can be said. And here, some of you are. Or some of you are simply adjacent to know of this wondrous place in a city that we will indeed get to. That is equally as interesting. But right now, here on the flying city of Avalir, we are going to come in to the beginning of one of our fabulous adventurers. We are going to come into the magnificent, towering home of one of the most important and mighty archmages in all of the city. As a counselor of the Septarian, she sits as one of the 7 highest, most powerful, most important archmages in all of Avalir, who ensures their glorious future continues on for many generations. And here in the early morning, she is having a little breakfast with her wonderful husband. We are going to move in to Counselor Willowmight and her professor of the Sorcerer University, Quiro Willowmight. Both mighty mages in their own right. There would be some clearly some unseen servants moving the breakfast carts around, mage hands that are like buttering their bread for them of their own will or enchantments placed upon the kitchen. This is a beautiful towering hall of elven design. Fabulous. This is the pinnacle of Mageocracy decadence. This is one of the most important people in the entire city. And coming down the stairs to do whatever it is she's going to do today in her parents' eyes, is going to be I want to say it right. probably not going to do my best. Liastra Willowmight. Did I get that right?
That's
Ah, we can't hear you, but I'm sorry for making that mistake.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you go ahead and describe your character for us as she comes downstairs?
So she is petite, standing about 5'4", and she, even still though, she's got long willowy limbs of a dancer, a very lean body, and she has long Rapunzel hair that's blonde and falls below her waist, and her face is still rounded as if like um, I guess like coming out of childhood. She still has like a little bit of roundness in her cheeks, but um, the sharp, like sleek elven features are still showing through. And she's got a cute little button nose and flush cheeks. And she carries a violin in her, well, I guess in a sling on her back as she skips down the stairs.
Excellent. Could you give me your name one more time? I'm just gonna ingrain it into my memory as best I can.
Liasatra.
Liasatra. Okay.
Mhm.
Liasatra comes skipping down the stairs to go enjoy the wonders of Avalir yet for another day. Um, uh, your mother is reading a report, a magical scroll sort of floating before her. She's reading a scroll, preparing for her day, having a little toast, perhaps. And your father, I imagine he folds over the newspapers that Dad does. But let us say it's similarly a scroll, and he like flips his wand, and the scroll flips over in front of him. And he looks over his scroll, and he says, "Good morning, Leah. What are you off to today?"
Hi. Hello, Father. I will be off with Byokian today.
Your mother will say, "Ah, Lyokian again? You've been spending a lot of time with this boy. Is there something that you want to tell us about him?"
Oh, nothing at all. He's just a little tryst.
Your mother dismayed says, "A tryst! Not even 100 years old, and she's just dallying across the city with random elven boys, it seems. And he belongs to the theater, no less, does he not? Is he not even of the proper station?" And your father kind of looks at your mother with a look that sort of says, like, "Oh, darling." Uh, and your mother kind of goes, "Fine, fine, let her enjoy. Let her enjoy her dalliances. And your birthday is coming up this year. Remember, you do remember our deal, don't you?"
How could I ever forget, dear, dear mother?
She goes, "Oh, dear mother me." And your father says, "Ladies, must we have a civil war before tea time? I do have to be getting down to the university. There's going to be a rather important display of magical achievement. I really must read through this, so if you two do not mind, let's please leave civil war until at least after lunch, or at least after I've left." Um, um, and your mother says that no civil war, civil war. Me and Leah have come to terms that I'm sure she needs to agree upon. She will take her apprenticeship at the Sorcery University underneath me within the Golden Ring once her 100th birthday comes this year.
But not a day sooner. I still have months left to enjoy my life.
Yes, and enjoy them while you can, my daughter. Responsibility is coming for you.
Yes, well, I still have time yet, don't I? And she'll smile kindly at her mother, knowing that she just wants what's best for her. But she doesn't get it. And but she'll smile kindly at her mom. Mhm.
And your mother smiles kindly, equally not understanding these dalliances and these jovial what have yous across the city and uh, why it's what this resistance comes from. But you've made a deal. You're respecting the deal. She's respecting the deal, and you know she loves you. And you have this sort of misunderstanding, as most mothers and their youthful teenage girls, daughters, have. But there is love and there is respect. She says, "Well, go along. You only have a couple of months to enjoy your freedom before supposed enslavement comes for you."
Uh, well, I best get off to it then. I don't want to keep Leokian waiting, and I'm sure you have much more important things to do.
She says, "Yes, indeed. I simply must be going." And she steps up and says, "I'll be at the arch step if anybody needs me. Council's called today." And she begins to make her way out similarly. And your father will get up too and says, "Yes, I must be going to the university." And he stands up as well as the family all begins to depart. And he takes a last look at you, Leah, and he says, and he goes, "Truly, though, you should be kinder to this boy. You've been spending a lot of time together. He means something to you. Perhaps it'd be best if we met him. Would you think that would be proper?"
That sounds like an awful lot of commitment to bring him home. I'll consider it, but don't hold your breath, Father.
He shakes his head. He's like, "Oh, too much commitment. I don't know where you get it. Your sister was never like that." Uh,
She'll
and
roll
he
her eyes at that comment about her sister.
goes, "Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He gives you a little kiss on the head. And goes, "Have a fun time." And he will, a bunch of scrolls will sort of float under his arm, and he will make his way through the city to head to the university. Um, you exit out onto the streets of Avalir. You step out of your home, and what a beautiful city it is. It's a finite amount of space, clearly, this floating city. But the wonders here are enough to satisfy even the most long-lived elves for many, many decades, if not centuries. There are towering spires, magical shops, innovation, things changing, art, music. Um, Corlon would be quite pleased, you think. Um, and you look down the street, and you are going to see who a bright smile springs to his face when he sees you, is Leokian, who has similarly, he's still got the look of youth about him, maybe a little younger than you, handout posted. He wears fine but exuberant colors. He's an attractive sort of young elven man, not past his or elven male, not past his 100th year. The sort of messy, curly blonde hair, the blues, the oranges, the golds. Clearly, somewhat of an artistic nature. And he smiles to see you, and he approaches. He comes up to you with a great familiarity, but there is almost like that awkward pullback where, you guys aren't in a relationship, so he's not going to be too forward out here in the streets or anything. And he goes, "Leah, it's about time you got downstairs. How long did it take you to do your hair this morning?"
Oh, well, it takes time to look this good.
Somehow I doubt that. Um, and he smiles at you widely. And he says, "Anyway, did you, did your parents hold you up again? Did you have to use the old Coralon excuse about art and magic to get out of the house?"
Not this morning, and I fear if I did use that excuse again, my mother would go to an early retirement. She she doesn't approve much of what we do, but uh, honestly, Leo, I hope she would come around, but as my birthday gets closer, she is still um, very resilient in the promise that we made each other. So I don't think there's much hope for me.
We'll think of something. And you know what? There are plenty of bards in the city who are of pretty great station. I mean, if you kept developing that talent, um, or you showed your mother how far along you've come, maybe she might allow you to at least take classes in the sorcerer university that are more in your style of things. That could be possible, right?
Hmm. Well, that's kind to think so, but no, I suspect the Bardic way is less pure than her arcane way. She doesn't put as much stock into our magic, even though it's, in my opinion, much more beautiful.
I would agree. I would agree. Well, the Silver Mask Theater is going to be sad to see you go whenever your time has come. Um, but tell you what, why don't we? I know we had plans today, but I don't know. What if we just took a little? Your dad's the professor there. What if we took a little joyride around the university and got into some trouble over there? What do you say?
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. I would love that to get into some mischief with you. What do you have in mind? My father is teaching this morning.
Oh well, I do like to live in the moment, and I get the sense you do too. So let's just see what lays along the way. And he'll kind of offer you an arm. Um,
She'll take it. Yeah, yeah,
Beautiful.
she'll take
She'll
it.
take it, and like a merry band of thieves, you guys go making your way down the street. And you see many sights and wonders. Leokin is, probably the reason you like him. He's full of energy and excitement, and he's spontaneous. And as you walk down the street, there's going to be many sights to see. Give me just like half a moment here as I get some of these beats out. Here we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Um, sorry, do a little traveling up my notes. Here we go. So you go making your way through, and you are going to see uh, all manner of things. You're going to see children running down the street with like little firecrackers, and as they like swing them through the air, there's going to be like little fey creatures sort of like spring off at the end of the sparklers, and um traveling through a bunch of names right now. And Leokin sort of laughs, and he might like hum a little song of his own bardic nature, and like create a little like illusory dragon to like come up and like munch one of the fey like bears, and the kids go, and then it like burps out butterflies. The kids like all giggle and laugh and jump around, try and catch the butterflies, and he chuckles and turns around with a smile and grabs your hand, and you guys go running down the streets, and it's a wonderful life. Maybe only for a couple more months, but it's pretty good. And then you guys will probably go back to the Silver Mask Theater tonight, and things are good. But you will certainly make your way up to the Sorcerer University. You're gonna get to the gates, and there are some sticks in the mud there, some old professors who'd probably not normally let you in. Um, but you are able to dodge them well enough. You've become quite proficient at it. In fact, I will ask for a stealth check, but I will give you advantage because you're very used to this. And you, of course, can name drop your father.
That's a 19.
A 19. You arrive on this massive alabaster building university campus with long green fields where various students sit in the grass and practice a little music on the lute, trying to perform different enchantments. You see wizards doing summonings on the lawn of anything from elementals to demons. One of the demons runs rampant, and that young mage apprentice sort of scrambles to try and get them all under control. And a nearby professor huffs and flicks his wands with a dispel magic, and the demons disappear before they can hurt anybody. And he goes, "Try again. This time, swish and flip, not flick." And you make your way past the great golden gates and into this extraordinary hall, which is like visually, it's almost like a cathedral without the stained glass. But this is a place of worship, not to any god. No, of course not a god, but to the Mageocracy itself, to magic, to the exploration of knowledge itself. This is what is worshipped here in Avalir, and this is the center of magical learning, and they worship their powers as much as they worship anything in the world, more so still the gods, of course. Professors make their way to and from. Young apprentices sort of laugh as they make their way to their next class. One sort of drops all of his notes and then takes out his wand and flips it, and all of his notes sort of reassemble themselves in the air in front of him, and he quickly grabs them and makes his way down the hall to a nearby university. And you make your way by a sign that says, let's see here, give me have a moment. This one's a little important. Um, it definitely catches probably both of your eyes. Uh, you walk by one of the lecture halls, and it is. Excuse me. It says demonstration hall closed for senior lecture only. Um, uh, Younger apprentices and professors are not allowed, let alone people sneaking onto campus. And you get a little mischievous look from Leokian, and he's like, uh, "What do you say?"
Well, I must know what kind of private lecture is going on in there. I think we just simply must.
We simply must. Okay, how to go about this? And I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to transition. Well, first and foremost, let me ask you: how do you think you and Leoakin should go about trying to sneak into the lecture?
Pretend with confidence, pretending as if we should be there.
Understood. By pure confidence alone, you'll walk in like, of course I'm allowed. Okay, so you go, you're like, well, let's just go. Leokian's like, oh, I hate when you do this. And you like kind of take him by the wrist and walk up to the door, and there's one of these elder professors standing there. He goes, yes, welcome. You two seem rather young to be coming into this lecture. By whose invitation are you here?
Oh, Professor Willowmight, of course.
Uh, Make a deception check, and I'll give you advantage because you're name dropping your father, which tends to get you a lot of truck in the city, it seems.
That's a natural 20 for 26.
Oh, he goes. His eyes suddenly flare because perhaps not only does he know who Professor Keenra Willowmight is, but he knows who his wife is. And if you're his daughter, he doesn't want to be on the bad side of Vlexina Willowmight, one of the leaders, counselors of the whole city. My humblest apologies for not recognizing you, young Willowmight. Of course, please, enter within. I believe your father will be in attendance as well. By all means, and have a lovely lecture. And he certainly allows you to pass with all exuberance. It even gives you a little bow, this like senior archmage professor.
Wow, cool. And she'll kind of stand a little straighter, like, yes, all with all due respect, and she will walk into into this conference hall that she's not supposed to be in, keeping an eye out for her father.
She says, for someone who resists station and magical prowess, you sure like the benefits of it.
Oh, I love my station. I just don't love my mother's plan for me.
Well, I like power too, and I like less working for it as well, so we're a match made in heaven. And he gives you a little bump on the shoulder and smiles at you. And I'll have one last stealth check from you just to like dodge your father and find a good seat where he might not spot you. Because you do catch him. And this is very much like the I'm not gonna get the era right. I think it would be fair to say like maybe perhaps 20s. That sort of like almost like that amphitheater like lecture hall with the sort of rising oak wood plinths. Plinth's not the right word, but desks that sort of go up. I'm sure they're still used today, but they were very popular about a century ago. And that's very much the formation of this hall. It's like a sort of like a lecture, a professor's amphitheater, almost like a surgeon's display. What did you go in your stealth check? What was that?
I got a 5. Can I flavor this?
Of course, of course.
So she spots her father across the way and goes to sit next to him.
Yeah, you walk in and you are immediately spotted. You're like, I hope he's sitting on the back wall. He is not. He is sitting with his eyes at the door, but for whatever reason, he is talking to a associate next to me, sees you, and his eyes flare and then his brow furls with like, oh, we're in trouble now. And you just shrug and audaciously drag Leokian over. You sit next to your father, and your father just stares at you with this look of like, yeah.
Weren't we just discussing how you were so interested in meeting Leokian? And she'll gesture over to her lover boy.
uh, he cocks an eyebrow at you. It's part like, oh, you little shithead, but also part like maybe respect for the cleverness. And he like, for the moment, lets it go. And he looks past you to Leokian, who looks like he's been caught. He is in an uncomfortable situation as ever. And he goes, Professor Willowmight, it's an honor to meet you, sir. And he offers a hand to shake his, and Professor, your father, Kinro Willowmight, shakes his hand. He says, Leokian, we've heard a lot about you and my daughter. Been spending a lot of time together lately. And he goes, oh, yes, sir. We both work at the Silver Mask Theater. Perform at the Silver Mask Theater, sir. It's an honor to meet you. He goes, I'm sure it is. Well, you're here now. Maybe you might actually learn something. And he folds his arms, and you know you're in for it later. But for the moment, you're going to enjoy yourself. And you sit back and wait for the lecture to begin. And Leokian gives you a look of like, this isn't how I wanted to do this. And we're going to pull back from Liastara to behind the curtain, actually, of this little demonstration. We go a little behind the curtain where there is sort of the next classroom over, really. But adjoining to the back hall where a professor might make his preparations before coming into this lecture hall. And within is going to be 2 people. The first of which is going to be a young but up-and-coming archmage. He is very finely dressed for Mage Society, wearing his finest green sort of like overcoat, very tasteful of Avalir styles, clearly of some money coming from this individual, and endowed with various arcane amulets, and a very charming, long ginger hair sort of flipped back and over. He's like a bit of a orange, tasteful sort of beard, not terribly unlike mine, maybe a little bit thicker, and sort of ambitious green eyes. This individual gives Slytherin all day long. But he's here on important business. This is, as you will find out, Archmage Darius Volk the Illuminated, who we will get into all of that later. But as he's sort of preparing, he's like taking a last look through some of his scrolls, perhaps what he means to say. A couple of books flipped open, magically floating before him. Is sitting in the room as well, wherever she may wish to be. And doing whatever she may wish to be doing is Lumira Del Reyes, if I said that correctly. Would you like to describe what your character looks like and what they're up to as your mentor is preparing for his oration?
So, she is just to look at her. Kind of medium neutral olive skin, caramel brown eyes, brown hair that's very neatly kept at about shoulder length. She's got a hat on, but it's not something that like strikes your attention as being a fashion statement. It looks more almost as though it's meant to tone down her appearance, if that makes sense. Her clothes are exceedingly well tailored, but they're not flashy at all. They are, think business suit instead of robes, as far as that would travel. And she is, the thing that's probably most noticeable about her is that she wears a holy amulet around her neck for the lawbearer, for Arathis. And she's looking over some notes and she's just shaking her head. Your silence spell, sir.
Thank you so much. Darius, without looking away from his books, but sort of maybe noticing your shaking of the head from the corner of his eyes, he says, what has gotten into you? It seems that your head has been caught in some kind of strange rotation. It seems like denial.
It's not denial. I maintain my initial premise. What's been done is significant. I just don't think you did what you think you did. Nonetheless, it is something, isn't it?
He sort of, when you say like you didn't do what you think you did. His eyes flash in your direction with a bit of like he didn't like that very clearly. But then they soften again a moment later. And he says, I'll be very interested to hear how you believe my success isn't what it says it is. You may speak freely.
What was the initial purpose of all of your experiments? What was the design specifically?
He looks over at you, and the books will and gently sort of float back to the table and land on one another. And he'll turn over and kind of rest a hand on the table and put the one hand sort of under the overcoat and put on his hat. And he says, well, it's you, of course. All that you've become. exactly as I had hoped and intended.
In the sake of... For the sake of showmanship and the things that are necessary to make advancement, I'll go along with that. But as I recall, the initial intention was to somehow create a situation where a mortal, without the need or the intervention of a divine individual, could handle divine magic.
No. Not correct.
Please correct me then, sir.
You have become more than I could have expected. You have become a powerful sorcerer. And that sorcerer has, within your blood, you have the power of the arcane to do something that no other sorcerer can. That has been, of course, manufactured by arcane druids. Is the power to heal. Magical powers that were thought only at the right reach and touch of clerics, of paladins, of those bestilled with divine magics. You are living proof that arcane magic can do anything. Even what is claimed to be only the region of the divinity. As it is the purpose of Avalir and all the Mageocracy to prove that the divines, the gods, they are exceptional, important, powerful, and they represent things that are important to our society, but they shouldn't limit us into being able to achieve what is possible by the means of the arcane. That nothing is impossible by the means of the arcane, and you are further proof of that. You can heal, and the arcane has not been able to do that as such. And he'll put a hand on your shoulder, and he says, "Do not discredit what you've become, Lumira. Irathis, the god of the city, the god of civilization, she has seen to it that we have advanced to the glory of Avalir itself. And you are a part of that advancement that all civilization serves to uphold. Scientific, magical advancement. You are a part of that long legacy created by your god. You should be proud of this moment. And more than that, this will be your re-entry into the Mageocracy after, well, after everything that happened. This should give you the opportunity to re-enter into society and make good on everything that you have learned these past months."
As you say.
Indeed. Now, are you ready?
Suppose.
Very well. And try to smile. I know you've been struggling to smile today for some reason, but let's put on a show.
Of course.
Okay. He rights himself, and he is going to walk into the hall. And you're going to walk in with him, and as you've instructed, you kind of, if you would do so, stand sort of to the side, to the back, before you'll be called up into this meeting of minds here. And he's going to look around at the now quieted assembly of some of the most important magical minds in all of the city of Avalir. Lumira, for all of your reservations about your mentor's wishes for advancement, his direction, these are the people. These are the people that have the power to change things in the city. They have the power to do something different, to maybe accelerate goals that you have. If you can get in with these people, if you perform well today, for whatever your beliefs in your master, this is your moment to impress them and maybe you'll get some influence with them. And more than this, you're going to see somebody else sitting in the crowd, somebody that you didn't expect. To the back of the crowd, you are going to see who you've never interacted with in person, but always seen from afar, perhaps with great excitement, is Keeper Marathe, who is the high priest of the clergy of Arathis in Avalir. She is the highest ranking member of the clergy. Um, she is endowed in long white and gold, beautiful robes, the symbols of Arathis upon them. She wears the hood that Arathis is famed to wear, and so many of the clergy do as well. And as you meet her eyes, she's youthful, human but youthful, but nonetheless seems to have been invested with enough divine magic that she has earned her station through wisdom, but also through favor. And as you meet her eyes, a very gentle, kind smile of encouragement curls across her face. You've never spoken before, but you get the idea she may be here for you. That moment is interrupted by the beginning of the oration of your master. He steps forward to the circular dais, robes gleaming, and by the way, Leah, you are here, if you hadn't guessed yet. He raises his hand in respect, but nonetheless asking for quiet. Quiet falls around the magisters. And he speaks. Esteemed magisters, revered counselors of the Septarians, masters of praxis, I thank you for granting me this floor on this dawn of consequence. For today, we lay another stone on the road that leads mortals beyond the leash of myth and into true magical ascendancy. For too long, healing, magical healing, true restorative function, not just the siphoning of life as necromancers do, but true, pure healing of vitality and its acceleration, has remained the guarded province of the divine, a monopoly enforced not by natural law, but by tradition and the cosmology of the divines themselves. And tonight, I present proof that the ley lines of magic themselves may be persuaded to obey a different geometry. And he gestures to you, Lumira. And he says, observe the subject. He says, this individual was born without so far as a whisper of arcane aptitude, but now channels restorative phenomena indistinguishable from divine evocation, not through prayer, not through pact, not even through song, but through pure orchestrated arcane induction. Allow me to outline the procedure for the record. The first phase was the lattice of symphonic resonance. We began with a triple-layered archon phalanx lattice, a harmonic web turned to the 3rd, 6th, and 13th intervals of the prime energetic chord. This configuration is traditionally used for stabilizing volatile evocation matrices, but when rotated along the astral axis, and he goes on like this for a moment. Lumira, you're able to roll me an Arcana check, though, to see how much of it you might be able to pick up on. Leah, I'll ask for the same, if you'd be so kind. Leah, are you proficient with arcane magic?
I am, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Then yes, please, both of you roll.
So I rolled a 17, but I think through a lot of this you'd be constantly like looking up at the, I forget what the title is, but the High Priestess.
Absolutely. And I will say that you are able to gather some of what's being said here, not in that you understand necessarily like the words like lattices and matrices and all of these things, but some of it you're able to associate by the procedures you went through, and you're like vaguely able to associate alien arcane words with experiences you've had. But more than this, it's a little difficult to say. Leah, what did you get?
12.
12. You're smiling and listening and nodding your head, and you're excited for the display that's surely coming. But as for the actual arcane words, you don't know what the hell is going on.
I understood the first part though, right? Where he like kind of set the stage and
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You both definitely did.
Okay.
When he said phase 1 was the lattice of symphonic resonance, that was the moment where both of you started to like hear the Charlie Brown teacher start going off. But yes, you look up Lumira to the Keeper. And Keeper, you expect Keeper Marathe similarly does not understand the arcane words of this practiced archmage. She nods her head slowly, like in polite comprehension of the words. But she looks down at you. Make an insight check, Lumira, as she is the center of your focus.
There's an 18 on the dice, which is cool, but I don't know what my insight is. Where are you on the thing? It would help if I looked at +3, so 21.
21. With a 21, that's excellent. You gather that while she is here to see the achievement created, as it does certainly pertain and have relevance to like the clergy itself, she looks at you specifically, and her smile is light and is filled with pride. You gather that you knew your objective in being here, which was, or not your objective, but the reason why you have come to serve under Master Darius, and she seems to be proud of this choice that you've made, or she is interested in the position that you're in, or is glad to see that you are spreading the holy word of Arathis to this higher echelon of society. You don't know the specifics, but whatever it is, as a devotee of Arathis, she's pride in your path. And you probably may get a chance to speak to her later, but for now, that's what you see.
It's probably the first time Lumira smiles and actually looks kind of at peace.
Excellent. Eventually, the words begin to start to come to an end, or at least the ones that you don't understand very well. He says, in phase 3, imposition of the arcane volatile kernel. Now, this is the core of the invocation that the subject is capable of. In divine healing, the restorative output is regulated by the divine will, translated through the supplicant via convental filaments. However, I replaced the convental anchor with a volatile kernel. Or excuse me, a volative kernel. And through the volative kernel, a spell symbiont grown from a bound fractal of the weave aware energies, a nascent spell that learns its host. And once implemented into the subject, has now been able to absorb residual arcane magics imposed by the previous steps, and thus allowed intentional and alone to modulate restorative output through arcane ley lines. He says, behold, and he is going to pick up a scalpel, raise it into the air, and he is going to, and yes, and for your rolls, you two probably understood that as much as you players understood that. There was stuff in there you didn't probably get. I didn't get. So your knowledge of what the hell I just said would translate well to your characters. But he holds up a scalpel high into the air, and he is going to carve two long X across his hand and kind of sort of like make the look on his face, and a deep amount of blood sort of dribble down his hand. The archmages don't make any sort of sounds. Maybe you do, Leah, if you would, or certainly perhaps Loverboy there, Leokian is like, oh. And he's going to walk around sort of like the front aisle and very much show very clearly that he has cut open his hands, no trick of the matter. He says, behold, I have incised my hand. I do believe that I may have cut at least one tendon. This is a deep wound, and will recover magical healing to be done away with. Please observe to your satisfaction. And as he gets the sort of quiet, perceived nods of the front row, he returns back and sort of lays his hand out and forward for all to see. And he will look over to you, Lumira, and he'll say, the test subject will now demonstrate her powers of arcane healing. And he will lend a gesture in your direction, Lumira.
And without moving, I will bonus action innate sorcery, since we're making a show of it. And I'll throw a sorcery point on it for distant, so that I don't actually have to touch him.
Fair enough.
And I'll cast the Cure Wounds.
Cure Wounds, okay.
Or Lesser
Cure
Restoration, like whatever was necessary for me to do it.
Healing spell,
Yeah.
whatever the base, yeah. So you're doing so Cure Wounds. So here's, I'll if you want to give the flavor, by all means. But in the meantime, if you don't want to, I will.
Oh no! I'm interested to see what you say, what you do with it. But the point is, like, she just basically takes an inhale and activates all of that, and nods. But she makes no gesture to actually reach out and touch him.
Understood. So here's what we'll say, because you're distance casting. And Cure Wounds comes from the hand. So here's what I'll say. You summon the power in your blood. And as it sort of conjures up your forearm into your wrist, actual little motes of harmless silvery, sort of silvery blue-white flame, pure magical ley line resonance, as Lumira speaks not a divine word, but an arcane word, a verbal component of the arcane nature. That flame sort of almost as if coming from the skin and blood sort of licks up her arm slightly, just pure magical fire, and resonates into almost like a hand, a magical sort of, we'll say like a little lattice, a little layer of magical healing forms pure arcane energy over your hand, and you channel that distant spell as that sort of spell fire kind of springs forth to your hand and kind of propels it off of the end of your hand, and it sort of whirls through the air, not in a divine, beautiful, sort of holy way, but in like almost like creating a mini ley line itself, just circles around and sort of splashes across his hand, and as it does so, the flesh sort of knits together, and the mages in the room, wow, and they murmur and are impressed, and he will take a small wand, and while still displaying his hand so as not to create any illusion to the matter, he says the simple component to a prestidigitation and just wipes off the spoiling of the blood to reveal that the cut is gone. No scar, even, completely healed. And then he walks around the front to display his now perfectly healed hand without looking back to you. He says, and so, colleagues, behold, Arcana Vitae. Not a prayer, not a plea to some distant throne, not a spark borrowed from the divine, but the ley line itself reorganized, persuaded, educated, and set within the blood of the test subject to perform what clerics have claimed as their exclusive right for millennia. And he shows his hand off and he says, we have taken yet another important step into the discipline I called arcane apothegm. Not divine healing, not arcane imitation, but the truth that magic is the rawest form. Answer to all understanding. Not lineage, not faith, not gods. And there are applause from the archmages this. And he speaks sort of pulling for, like playing the crowd very much so, ever the performer. We are no longer children begging for blessings. We are architects of the impossible. It is, and if a simple human farmer can be induced to summon healing through sheer volition, what might a trained arcanist accomplish? What might an entire city accomplish? What might this sorcerer accomplish if trained in the arcane arts here at our Sorcerer's University to excel beyond all measure? What could be achieved by a sorcerer of such magic? Magic need not bow to divinity, and it never has. We have merely lacked the courage to determine the truth. And that is what we do here in Avalir. We strive towards the future. We strive towards the truth. And the hall erupts into applause at the archmages. And ever playing the performer almost humbly raises a hand of like, oh no, please, it's too much. Please, please, please. And they applaud. Oh, congratulations. One of the archmages, actually, I'll say your father stands, Liastara, clapping his hands, and he says, Magisters, Magisters, this is indeed requires further study. If I might suggest to the gathered governing body of the Sorcerer's Academy here today, might I suggest that a professor position be offered to the Archmage for his post at arcane apothecary? It requires further exploration and perhaps consideration of education. What say you, Magisters? And there's a uproarious, uniform applause at the idea of bringing the professor. He goes, oh, Magisters, too kind, says Darius Valak, the Illuminator. He says, I will have to consider, I will have to speak with my mentor. But you honor me so, you honor me so. People sort of come down from the side and go over to the Archmage and shake his hand and clasp his arm as they shake his hand. Like, oh, man, this is a great achievement, my goodness. And Lumira, this isn't the first time that he's put on a bit of a show. What would you like to do? Oh.
If this is turned into like the way it happens when all of these sorts of things are done, and no one's really paying attention because it's officially done, but he's come off the stage, I think that she would quietly and probably easier go to find. I'm sorry, I can't remember what a high cleric of Arathis is called, and I know that they've got like a particular.
She's the keeper, and if ever you want to reference it, just take a look at Roll20. She's got a hand.
Yeah, and I do have it. I'm actually on Roll20. I just had my character built up.
No worries. But yes, maybe you kind of take the Irish goodbye. Like clearly, this has turned into, a big celebration of the achievement, and maybe you wait outside the door. And first out the door is the keeper, who you kind of. Not lean on the wall and kind of present yourself before, and she turns and smiles at you. And she'll say, Lumira del Race. It's an honor to meet you finally, a pleasure.
It's an honor to meet you. If you're returning to the temple, would you like some company?
I would love some company, of course. Please. And she'll happily invite you to walk, and she says, I must say, there are not many among our clergy who serve such excellence as evangelicals to our cause. You should be very proud of yourself for your achievements. Becoming a pupil of the Archmage Darius Valak is it's going to do a lot for the church. You should be very proud of yourself.
I wanted to, but there are things that a mage cannot understand. And so while he preens about how he's done these incredible things, does it matter that I prayed the entire time? Did it matter that never once did he do anything that I wasn't in constant communion with Arathis too? They can't understand. They cannot. I don't know how to make them understand. I am a subject.
Arathis teaches us that the greatest of cities are not built in a day. Aor was not built in a day. Avalir was not built in a day. And change sometimes comes soon. And that is indeed the domain of the Changebringer. But it is our change to see the laws enforced, that the laws are just, the advancement of civilization finds its way in the right direction. Have patience. They will see the light of Arathis. And you, most faithful evangelical, are at the center of that wondrous faith. Arathis has watched over you, without a doubt. You will serve her even now. You're never alone. She's always with us. And I'm sure she watches your path quite carefully.
Thank you. I think I rather needed to hear that.
Truly, do not be discouraged. These mages, they are prideful, they are arrogant, many would say. They reach for the divine, which many would even go so far as to call heretical sacrilege. But they are excited. They are excited by their advancements. I am not a person of knowledge. I can not understand half of what he said in that hall and what exactly has been achieved between you and he, but it does not change anything.
I experienced it, and if we're going to be entirely honest, I understood the barest amount of what he said on that stage.
Well, Arathis demands us to be wise above all else. And wisdom does not require us to be masters of the arcana. That's exactly, I think, what we're trying to battle against, is that arrogance.
Thank you, Keeper.
You are always welcome at the temple. You know this, of course. I know you've been coming less of late, but you know you're always welcome.
I do now. I will be back, thank you.
Of course. Well, thank you for escorting me, and I won't impose any more upon your time, but just know that all of us at the Temple of Arathis are very aware of the strives you're making to bring the wisdom of Arathis to these mages. May the Lawbearer always march your path and keep balance to your path.
Thank you. And she will go to sneak back in where she is absolutely sure that Darius is still sucking up the adoration like a sponge, because that is sort of what he does.
Exactly. Okay, you head back to the university, but we need to travel away from Avalir for a little bit, actually. And I want to thank my two people on the ground for their patience. We are coming to you now. That's kind of Avalir. We will be back there to be sure, but for the time being, we are going to leave the clouds. We are going to leave this city on the verge of replenishment, returning back down to Earth to be granting their sister city of Cathmoira all the magic they've collected over the last 7 years, floating through the skies across the ley lines of Exandria. We found ourselves down to the City of Thrones, to Cathmoira. Allow me to change the visuals for you guys to Cathmoira in both 20 and on Tails file. Change up the music with it too. So this is kind of good. Yeah, I like the music, sure. I can see you're enjoying the music, so we'll leave it. Incredible. We are... Give me a second, sorry. Just have a second. Sorry, just trying to manage pets. Alright, we're back. My apologies. Okay, we come down to Cathmoira. We are going to open up in a little home here in Cathmoira. Um, this vast city has been built in a concentrated ring around an enormous crater basin that was once called Mount Yagora. Mount Yagora has since, actually quite a long time ago, was chopped off by the mages in an agreement with the druids down below, rose up into the air, flipped over, and a magical city was built on it that came to be known as Avalir. But this is Cathmoira, and it is both a very important day for Cathmoira and Avalir itself. It is the Replenishment, where the city of Avalir once every 7 years connects with Cathmoira, and magical energies are exchanged, important trade is exchanged, and we are going to come into one of the many homes of this wonderful city. Actually, I'm gonna kill this music just for a moment. We come into the hovel. It's a little bit larger than most homes. It is simple, but not at all poor in any way or uncomfortable. Very much in the way of hobbits. It is small. It has a lot of nature to it. Beautiful plants that sort of grow in flower boxes at the window, and simple pleasantries of warm food and whatnot. But nonetheless, uh, comfortable. A little bigger than most houses, but very comfortable, good living. The sun comes through the window. The chirping of the birds can be heard. The rustle of excited people can be heard in the distance away on the faraway streets. And waking up on one of the beds gently with the sun sort of kissing the eyelids awake in the very, very early, crisp morning, is Ox. Ox, would you like to describe what you look like and how you awaken in this most comfortable of places?
I would love to. Ox in this bed, the hovel being a little larger than the other ones around it, finds himself actually comfortable in a bed for once. Um, a lot of things about this 7 foot tall figure do not do well in beds. First of all, he has these large steer horns that come out the side of his head that make it impossible to sleep any way but on your front, suffocating yourself, or flat as a board on your back. So he'd spent a night kind of figuring that out and slowly gets out of the bed. Felt uncomfortable sleeping under the blanket, so like the bed's still made below him, like the most trying to be unobtrusive house guest possible. He stands up. Um, Very classically red, deep tiefling. Um, Slowly goes on to put these uh, gauntlets and pauldrons made of leather and like small cinches and belts that go onto his body, six-fingered hands and very like black with yellow iris eyes. Um, Goes to slick his hair back just with a quick wave of his hands as best he can around his horns, but he's very used to that motion that he needs to reach. His stature kind of fits that at this point. Um, Wears pretty much nothing on the torso with these very long furs that go around the waist with a large buckle, kind of like a power lifter's deal, that go down and are tucked into these fur-lined boots. And all of this has seen plenty of wear. Tucked into some of the folds of these furs is hand axes that seemed like clipped on that can be grabbed at a moment's notice if needed be. And in the corner of this room is a very large axe that he's brought in with him, um, unsure of where else it should go. Gotcha. I'll pause there, I think, while I wait.
I didn't want to interrupt. It was such a good introduction.
You're good. I've been thinking about my man all day, so I had plenty to say.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh my
He's
gosh.
what a
Yeah, it was really
cutie.
good.
I love him already.
Thank you.
Oh, if you want to see Mira, she's I've got her. It is, by the way, the post crash because I figured that's what we would need them. So hence the
Mm.
the
Oh,
the
I
the
I
the
I
ripped up
should
clothes, etc. But yeah, so
Suppose I should send Oxen as well at some point.
Where is it? Where did you send it?
In the chat.
Oh yeah, I just put it in the
Oh, I see
group
it now.
chat. Yeah.
Looks
Okay.
great.
I probably need to go back and try to find a holy amulet for her. I'll do that before I send it to Ryan.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's way cool. I like that.
Because yeah, she always has her holy symbol, which part of it is faith, part of it is passive aggressive, because pisses Darius off.
I like passive aggressive.
If you haven't noticed, she and her mentor don't get along.
What? That's news
She's-
to me. Okay. All right, my apologies. I've been having some problems lately.
Oh,
worries.
all good.
By lately, I mean like half a year now.
Computers are a nightmare.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck,
listen.
tell me about it.
It's cool. Tech stuff sucks. We're here. It's all good. It's on tape.
I literally only went down this path for Tailspire. I miss console gaming. Plug the fucking thing in, shove a disc inside, not even sometimes, and it works. It's fabulous. Okay. Just in case, I'm gonna just do a little I'm just gonna do the sound share for now. Because,
Yeah.
until the Tailspire becomes relevant. I'll share the Tailspire. It always work. We're just gonna hope and pray. That's what we're gonna do. And we blow a fan directly. Okay. Okay, excellent. The introduction to Ox, wonderful. Ox, very unusually, like this is beyond you could have ever expected. This bed is like your size. It is like maybe even arguably like you got wiggle room even. Like this is like a bed that's not made for
It
not made for
absolutely
people actually. Please.
It absolutely feels so strange to sleep in a bed. I think Ox, because of the size and the horns and his general reception with people, is so used to sleeping outside in comfy patches of like dirt to other soft things. So it's just so interesting to sleep in a bed again. And I think almost like when you're used to sleeping one way and you sleep in a bed or something that's totally different and you have that crick in your back, I think he's just a little bit uncomfortable, but like still well rested. It's hard to describe, I think, as he kind of shifts and does some morning stretches just to compensate for how he slept before venturing out of this nice room.
Excellent. Okay. Sorry, I had some focus issues. Okay. You wake up and you'll notice that actually the head. So when you went to bed, this bed, it's definitely like a spare bed, and it had a backboard, but you wake up and you're like, I probably like destroyed the blackboard, and you like look over it like, what's the fucking damage? What am I gonna work off this time? And you'll see that very strangely, the wood of the backboard has actually curled backwards and down. Very much like it's grown that way. But you've been staying with a druid, and it seems that she has accommodated your horns with some of her magic. You wake up to the smell of morning sort of bakery goods coming through the window, and you're going to see, opening the door as you slept in, the city's alive already, but you slept in just a little bit. You're going to see Care come through the door. The Gau Drashari druid who put you up for the night. She is a furbolg. She has big floppy cow ears. She is you're a big guy, Alex. So she's maybe even a little bit taller than you, which is like crazy, like not crazily, like maybe like a couple inches, like 2 or 3 inches, being a furbolg, half giant. But she's big. She's got these floppy ears, this like almost like ursine like nose. But she's youthful. She has like long, sort of wild platinum white blonde hair. She's wearing her sort of like green robes with sort of like leaves coming across it. And she comes into the room with like a big plate of food. And she smiles at you. And she goes, "Oh, good morning. You really passed out. Your journeys must have been long before coming here."
Good morning, Care. Yes, lot of walking this way. My feet were tired. I did not expect to rest here. Thank you again for putting me up the way you did, and I didn't mean to intrude.
"Oh, not at all. I offered after all. I couldn't just leave you sleeping on the street like that. Here, I brought you some breakfast."
For me,
"Yeah, of course. You're gonna need some food, don't you?" And she puts down a plate, and it is a portion of food proportional to your size. And it's got like roasted goat. It's got like some fruits, like a nice like freshly baked piece of bread. Yeah, absolutely. It's a delight, and it smells great, well cooked and everything. I imagine druids are probably very good at cooking. But she comes through the door and serves you this like fresh plate of like delicious food.
this is absolutely delicious. I haven't had anything this good. I've been eating mostly hardtack, you understand, and not even good hardtack. It's like there's not even a crunch to it at this point. I had to ford a river a while back, and it turned to mush.
Well, that's most unfortunate. But you're in Cathmoira now. You shouldn't have to suffer like that any longer. Um, well, listen, I got some responsibilities and chores to get up to around here.
How can I help? Is there things that I can do for you?
Oh, actually, yes, if you didn't mind. I'm not used to having someone help me with the heavy lifting, but I very much appreciate it if you don't mind.
Oh, well, that's my expertise. So let's get done.
Excellent, thank you. And she'll take you out on the street, and you're gonna be in beautiful Cathmoira. Excellent. Just doing a quick scroll again. My apologies. Everything went down, so I lost my place in a lot of my notes. I apologize. Here we go. Excellent. Okay, magnificent. So you walk out into the street, and you're going to see all kinds of different races of creatures. What is going to be unusual is specifically very few humans, probably very few elves, maybe not a dwarf, maybe you see one. Right? Those like more casual of races. You'll see them around, but this is certainly not like their Meiji city center. Those more druidic inclined races will be more present. So, elves, Firbolg, Goliath, some gnomes, halflings, like the more druidically inclined individuals populate by and large this place. But many here have loved ones up in Avalir, and you'll see those individuals as well. But it is a wonderful place, the most wonderful place to be. You were staying right in the Cradle Bastion, which is the sort of like central part of the city right around the basin where Avalir is due to land tomorrow. Let's see here. You would be in the Lay Forum ring, which is the third ring from the center as far as like station goes, out of 5. Here there are divination towers. There are replenishment, sort of like almost like naturalistic arcane batteries, like trees that were built to sort of hold magic are being prepped for replenishment today. You would also see no small amount of pieces of nature that needed to be tending to. True to the image that I made on Roll20, Nature grows all through Cathmoira, right from the center ring right up to the edge. This is a druid city where many come to sit and to take care of nature. This is the heart and center of Dominus, the continent of Dominus, like Amon is to Tal'Dorei in modern lore. And she takes you through the city streets, and she's kind of telling you about like her responsibilities for today. And you're going to be a little interrupted by you're going to see this like human person approaches Care, and is going to say, "Oh, good morning, Care." She's going to say, "Oh." She's gonna say, "Good morning. How are you? Is there anything that I could help with?" He goes, "I'm all right. Who's your friend?" Sort of like looking at you suspiciously. She goes, "Oh, this is Ox. He's going to be helping me out today. Kind fellow." And he kind of looks at you and he goes, "You'll be begging my pardon, stranger, but you're new to me. Are you some kind of furbolg? I've never seen furbolg with horns like yours."
I'm new to the area myself. I've traveled a good bit. I've heard about the event that happens, and I wanted to make a pilgrimage to see it. I was really excited. No, I'm not a furbolg. I've heard a lot of words used for me personally. None of them are favorable. But I would like to say I'm just a pilgrim.
It was really, I see. And Kier kind of breaks in and says, "Well, what did you say Ox is rightly named? He looks rather like a bull, doesn't he?" And he goes, "Yeah, I suppose." There's a couple people around who this is sort of drawn attention to, that they were like, "Yeah, what is that?" And she goes, "Are bulls not wonderful symbols? They're symbols of bounty, fertility. They're symbols of strength. I believe a lot of ancient elementalist religions hail them to be symbols of divinity, and so do some modern cults of the various crown deities, even from what I hear. A good omen, wouldn't you say, as we read the signs we druids?" He goes, "Oh, as you say, Kara. I mean, I'm no druid." And this bit of an older man, like this guy's a bit younger, and you see probably his father, sort of a graying old guy. He says, "Vesuvius, what are you doing? Leave him alone. Come on." He goes, "All right, I'll see you later, Care." And he kind of drags his boy away, kind of gives you a look, Ox, of like, sorry about him, just with his eyes. It kind of drags the kid along. And Karen will just kind of smile at you, and her ears will kind of flop, like she doesn't really,
Yeah.
you know. And she says, "So do you think you'll be staying a while?"
Well, I think I'd like to. I'm interested in this whole event, but I would be severely underselling your city, if I didn't say it had a charm to it.
Well, I hope so.
And your breakfast was fantastic. If there's more of that in this place, I'm probably sticking around for at least another morning.
Well, I'm a large girl, and I always bake extra, so
I mean, speaking for myself, bigger the better.
I agree. And she's gonna take you over to one of these what looks to be like replenishment sort of batteries. You don't really understand. Essentially, it looks half like an egg, like maybe like a petrified egg or a stone, but it's like unnaturally like polished, like perfectly smooth, like an egg. But it has a massive tree grown over it. It has large roots that kind of grow over top of this massive like rock egg orb thing, and then sort of come down into the ground around it as if it's sort of like been planted on top of it somehow. And the roots sort of dive down around it and sort of slither across the surface a little bit. And from the top, it is this sort of not unlike the tree I have here on Tailspire. It's got um, that big high top sort of bough with long vines that sort of stretch down.
It's got the cypress look to it, kind of cool.
Precisely. And Kara says, these are one of our primal leyline or primal magic seeds. Essentially, when the replenishment happens, we grow out the vines and we connect it to the city, and then all of the magic that they have stored up from the replenishment travels up and in through the tree and gets stored into the node down below for the year, for the next couple of years. So that's what we'll be doing today. I'm going to just grow out these vines and hand them to you, and if you'd be so kind to just kind of just gather them into one direction. They're a little heavier than they look, so I really appreciate the help.
Okay, of course, yeah. Send them my way.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much. Let's get to it. And she's going to sort of go around the tree, or she's going to touch certain roots and kind of like speak to the roots gently, very much like sort of like, talk sweet love to the tree, and the tree's going to feel real loved, and the vines kind of stretch down as if this furball's words sort of make the tree feel more relaxed and gentle and more fruitful and able to grow, and all of these vines start to grow down long. If you'd be so kind, why don't you make me an athletics check to gather up all of these roots and sort of gather them into a bundle, as you said.
Yeah. I'm gonna use the actual roll D&D Beyond app. Never do that.
Fair enough.
And I shouldn't. It's gonna be an 11.
11. This is harder work than you thought. You're fine. You're getting the work done. By all means, you succeeded.
I forget to brace, and I kind of lose my footing a bit, and I catch myself to like do the rest.
Yeah, you've been told many times, like, oh, it's harder than it looks. You're like, yeah, you grab these vines, and like, they're living things, and the difficulty isn't so much in the weight, but in not breaking them by pulling too hard. So you kind of find yourself having to be strong, but not too strong. Kind of balance your strength, which is not something you're used to doing. So you kind of are bundling these up, and you're pulling a little tight, and you hear like a little cracks here and there, and you're like, oh, and you just kind of hope nobody notices. So, but you find yourself in a nice sweat after like maybe an hour, just kind of. And it doesn't feel bad when your body's kind of like, comfortably exercised. And as you do this, and you kind of look back at Sierra, you are going to just be working away and look up at the sun and the birds. And a single feather is going to fall from the sky and kind of like land down by your feet. A little black feather. And you kind of maybe look for the bird as you try, and make a perception check.
Yes. Ooh, 6.
6. You don't find the bird because you get interested by something far more important. You look off to the side to sort of like the entrance of this like little area, and you see wearing sort of like a dark traveler's cloak, very discreet with a hood up. You are going to see another familiar tiefling, who is kind of standing at the side of the street and like kind of catches your eye and gives you one of these like gestures for you to come. You recognize this person. You're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, come on, let's go.
Yeah, kind of getting lost in like the labor work. I look over, and if I were to step away in this moment, how noticed is it going to be? Does Care have like an eye on me at the moment, or am I just?
No, for as difficult as it was, you do your work pretty quickly. You're a strong guy. And you think you've got like a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes before like more of these vines come down. You got a moment to step away, and she's very busy with the other druids of the tree. You could probably slip away just for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'll take a moment to head that way.
You could do that stealthily if you had a mind to.
I think I do. I think
Okay.
I do have a mind to. That'll be a 13.
13. People are distracted. Nobody's on guard. Easily enough, you slip away. Your big, bulky form kind of.
I think there's a bulky form, but then like once there's kind of a moment where I do need to slip away, I'm moving a little differently. It's clunky because I'm distracted a little more, all out the 13, but there is like a difference in how I'm like presenting myself as I try to move more discreetly, specifically different.
Understood. You approach this tiefling traveler, who is not unlike yourself. The skin mostly covered by this individual. Out of curiosity, did you send me this person's identity? It might have been my responsibility. I might have made a mistake.
No, you're good, but I've got plenty of tiefling names in my pocket.
Oh no, I'm not worried about that. I just don't want to step on your toes if your thoughts.
No, there was no pre-made identity for this.
Okay, so I'm quickly putting together a little handout for this individual. It'll take 2 seconds.
We had the purpose for this character, not the name.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Why do you give me a tiefling name? What's this person's name?
Oh, yeah. I like Syraxis for a tiefling.
Syraxis is sweet. All right, Syraxis it is. Syraxis. There is Syraxis. The one thing I'm going to say that's different about the image is that in a sort of a Hellboy kind of way, there's no horns. He sort of snapped them off, graded them down so that the hood goes over a little better. You know that he has the prehensile tail, but it's kind of hidden up under his cloak. He's trying to hide his tieflingness as much as possible. And you approach Syraxis. And he goes, "What are you doing?"
I'm making my cover as much as I can.
Oh.
I'm getting to know the people. It's how this works. You're already using our one meeting. We've been here a day.
Right. No, it's clever. Sorry, I just...
Are you okay? Have you been made?
Oh, I'm fine. I was told to go do final checks with everybody. Make sure everybody's in position. You know what you're supposed to do, right? It's me and you.
Can I recall what I am specifically supposed to do?
Yeah, you're basically just supposed to back him up when everything begins. You're supposed to back him up, basically. You're like his bodyguard.
I'll be there.
Okay. Just checking.
You've got your muscle accounted for, and I do a very friendly shoulder grab with my fat ass hand.
Yeah. Okay. So look, I'm not trying to doubt you, buddy. I just it's a big name, you know.
It's a big thing. This is the big one.
This is the big one. Man, we've been through a lot, traveling across the sea like we did, huh?
I don't ever want to go on a boat again.
Yeah, I'm over boats for quite a while. But hey, at least we get to be down on the ground and not up in the air. That's sort of. Oof.
I truly don't think you could have gotten me onto a flying city if you told me I would own it the next day. I don't. I don't. That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to talk about hubris?
Yeah, we were given feet to stand on the ground, so that's what I'm going to do.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I guess good work. I'll meet you up in the evening.
We'll be there.
Okay. I'll see you, pal.
Can I do an insight check on this guy? Does he feel good?
Yeah, make an insight check on him.
Cool.
Damn, that's one hell of a mini. Ox, I love it, dude.
Thank you. 12.
12. Not clear to see. He's very nervous. I can send you in a minute what his responsibility this evening is, but his responsibility is of a much greater cost. He's taking on a lot more personal risk than you are this
Got
evening. This is you're backing him up, but he's putting himself in pretty big harm's way tomorrow. Or this evening. So he looks pretty nervous, like a little unsure of himself.
I hand still on the shoulder, just very as sincere as my like black eyes can be, just you've got this. All right? You've worked
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah. I mean, building up to this for quite a while now, huh?
I have no doubt in you. Just strong finger poke in the chest.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, I know we got this. I got you by my side, buddy. And kind
Go
of
get him.
actually tries like with a little force into the chest to try and possibly match your poke, but does not.
It feels hard.
Yeah, he goes. And he wanders off. He goes, "Okay, I'm gonna get a drink. See you this evening."
This evening.
And he gets off. And you turn around to see Karen, who's kind of approached you. He goes, "Oh, hi, making friends."
Yeah. I'm trying to. It doesn't seem like I'm the only one who's come to see the event, and I just wanted to get some more perspectives. Interesting people here. I've never seen a furbolg, for example. That caught me off guard.
Well, I've never seen what did you say that you were called again?
I've been called a tiefling.
Well, I've never seen a tiefling before, but I'm glad to have met you.
It's mutual care.
Well, you know what? You've been a great help. You saved us plenty of time. Why don't you take some time and explore the city a bit? You came all the way for the replenishment. The worst thing I could do was put you to work all day while you're here to enjoy the festivities and whatnot. Why don't you go explore the city and maybe make some friends? And I really appreciate the help. If you were, I don't know, wanting to keep your bed for another evening or two or more, I don't mind.
I thank you so much, Care. If for lack of a better term, I'll take advantage of that. I'll come and bed down in your spare room again.
Absolutely,
I appreciate it.
happy. Of course, you're, don't. So you don't listen to some of the suspicious folk around here. You're welcome, and maybe I'll see you this evening when the landing happens.
If I want to find you, where could I?
Well, I'll be around the area here probably most of the time, keeping an eye on. This is my particular node, so just find me around here.
Okay, fantastic. I'm gonna go see what there is to see.
All right. Well, have fun. I'll see you later.
Thank you. And I'll turn and I'll go.
Yeah,
But I will when I look back for a moment to like give a solid wave. In whatever way I can, and this is not really a technical thing, just for flavor, I'm gonna commit her face to memory.
Absolutely. You turn around, look back at her, and in that weird way, she was walking away too, and kind of looked back at you at the exact same time, and you guys kind of had a like, oh, by another moment, and you commit her face to memory, and yeah, and like maybe to your surprise, it hasn't really happened a lot or ever before, but maybe she's a little sweet on you. Who knows? She seems to be very, very open to your company.
Completely strange dogs.
Yeah, well, like any druid, right? Taking in strange wanderers and strange creatures. But yeah, you wander around, and just to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing, you see children running through the streets, even down to here on Cathmoira especially. You see all manner of stalls have been opened, tons of stalls have been opened. It's like market day here, where people are excited to trade their wares as Avalir returns. This is the optimum day for trading and having good things, and making profits. People probably make a large profit here. You see druids holding rituals, sort of like around totems of what look to be like animals, like maybe like idols of like animal spirits, like foxes or bears or even an eagle. Um, and you see many beautiful homes with terraces with greenery draped. This city is like the city that everybody wants their city to be, in the sense that like there's just like green everywhere. It's a metropolis, make no mistake, but there's a tree on every corner. The roads are all grass, and it is thick grass, like not like walked down grass by the people, but just because of the druidic power here, that grass is constantly like hardy and maintaining itself and growing faster, so all the foot traffic doesn't pat it down. And the terraces have like ivy vines that like grow down and break down from the side, ivy sort of growing up the side of buildings. And it's just like, it's beautiful, it's magnificent. um, and the city's full of things to see, but we do have somebody who needs to get to the city today of Cathmoira, so we're going to pop over there. Last but certainly not least, on the outskirts of the city is an individual who has traveled quite far to be here. Let's see here. While this Tale Spire isn't a perfect representation of all that's going on today, definitely within visual range on the outside of the city, you took the mountain path to get here, Hekate. And we're kind of playing with chronology a little bit. Oh, jeez, wow, that's very exciting music, isn't it? As we kind of rewind time a little bit, certainly to before when Ox woke up, we come to that sort of mountain pass that has been tread by people from out of town, but only the most hardy and naturalistically accomplished individuals would dare to take these paths in all safety. And it's a little cloudy in this region, a little misty, not like, I shouldn't say cloudy. There's like a nice mist that has rolled in, that will surely be clouded by the warmth of the sunlight that comes as the morning progresses onward. And on the last sort of high bend of the mountain path that sort of descends down and eventually into Cathmoira, or maybe a mile or two more thereafter, there is a little cave, which is a popular sort of final stop before making way into Cathmoira, where a very small group of travelers stopped in. And in the early morning, there is the sound of a deep breath, taking in the cold mountainous winds before descending back into the forest. And perhaps in early morning meditation, as sort of just taking in the ozone, the mist, the atmosphere, we come here to Hekate. Hekate, would you like to describe what your character would be up to this morning, and especially what they look like?
Sure. So Hector is a Goliath, first and foremost. He might be a little short compared to other Goliaths that you've seen, but he's still a pretty tall 7'4", something like that. What you get first looking at him is that he's kind of dirty. He doesn't really wear shoes. He has what looks like a bit of an overall kind of outfit that he's got. Maybe one strap kind of undone. It is filthy, absolutely filthy, from different kinds of earth that has gotten on it. His hands are pretty weathered. He looks like if a person had the energy of a 3-year-old their entire life. He is just so ropey and pretty, honestly, pretty ripped, just because he never stops moving. And he's got kind of red hair that's pulled back in a bit of a half up, half down situation, and he's got some kind of almost whitish blue streaks that kind of go through the red hair. He's got a old backpack, a weathered little bow, and a weathered little spear that he keeps with him. He looks like he lives outside. Little fur shawl over his shoulders. Maybe some teeth that are kind of hanging around his neck of something he might have hunted in the past. Something else rather noteworthy about him is that he has a rather interesting looking scar that covers most of his chest. And the reason it's interesting is because it's bluish and glows slightly. And if you look too closely at it, you can see it almost pulses just a bit. And having come through the mountain path and sitting by this cave that he's pretty familiar with, he's seen it once every 7 years on his trek to Cathmoira. I think he's just taking in the early morning and slowly breathing, eyes closed.
Very nice. You do this for a time, and you feel the mountain air fill your lungs, and it feels right. I don't know if you would have ever been able to have told if this is because you're a Goliath, and many Goliath enjoy high altitude, or if it had something to do with your birth, with the scar that you possess. Either way, this morning air, this high, thin altitude air fills your lungs and exits your lungs, and fills you with a sense of not only serenity, but power. And as you've said, just this like 3-year-old doesn't stop going around energy. It is these moments alone, perhaps, where, aside from sleeping, of course, where you find yourself most still. But nonetheless, you can feel your ki, that electricity, that power running through your body. And sitting still in meditation like this is difficult, because your body was meant to move, it was meant to lift, it was meant to bound, it was meant to do things, to be used. And this is a matter of the soul that you are doing right now, a matter of the spirit. And your body complains silently at you, at your stillness. Why don't you make me, let's just call it a flat wisdom check to enter the space of serenity and kind of control yourself.
That's a 14 plus 3, 17.
Very good. Despite the energy in your blood and your body, you maintain. You are at peace. The air fills your lungs. You feel good. You feel steady. You feel ready to take on the day. And you know that it's time to start that day too. And after a decent amount of time, how long do you think Hekator's meditations are in the morning?
God, he could manage 15 minutes, probably.
In an
very short
exceptional,
time.
Not quite reaching your personal record, your PR in meditation. Maybe like 13, 14 minutes rolls around, you're like, okay, so enough of that. And you open your eyes to see the long, beautiful green surrounding Cathmoira and the city off in the distance. You are but an hour or two away at most. And you're going to get into the big, beautiful city today. You're excited, perhaps. You arise and perhaps go to help out your uncle. Get little Harold all ready for the journey. If you do so, you sort of enter into the cave where you can hear the sort of mooring and mooing. And you look inside to see bigger than you are, which is impressive. Maybe not quite as tall as your uncle on all four legs, but a thick, almost like rhinoceros, like elk, like elephant, some kind of crazy combination of those three. I will post the image of little Harold. This massive pack animal that would be like what a cow is to a human is to a Goliath. Little Harold is got this massive like horn that sprouts in almost into like elk-like antlers, but not quite, sort of bone formations. thick rolling skin and a tough hide. Again, almost like an elephant meets a rhino, meets a deer, meets a hippo kind of situation. But has gentle, kind eyes, and he never likes the process in the morning of having all of the harnesses put on, the bags put on, and you look over to your mighty uncle, who is in every bit your superior as a monk, but maybe not as friend to little Harold. You see your uncle, who is maybe head, if not shoulders above you, Epoxy, who is an accomplished monk. If I got the names right, I hope I did.
Yeah, Epoxy.
Excellent. He looks over to you and he says, "So you're finally up, Hekate, or should I say you're quite early up from your meditations. Would you be so kind and help me as you do with little Harold? Make sure, just keep him steady while I get the last of these bags on the back of him."
Aye, of course. Give me just a moment. I'll kind of go up to little Harold and put a hand on his face and say, "Look now, we've only a couple more miles. Once we get there, I'll get you all the cabbages you could eat."
He kind of grumbles a little. "Okay," is what you imagine him saying. Make an animal handling check. At advantage, because you've got such good rapport with little Harold.
Sure. Ooh, 2 15s for 18.
Yeah, as always, you just the moment your hand touches the side of little Harold, his kind eyes look up at you and calm at your touch, and his agitated, flipping ears kind of like calm down a little bit. And your uncle kind of tightens up the last of the harness and the last of the saddlebags. And he goes, "Good, she's ready. Well, all that's left is for you to collect your mother. If you go find her, we can get on the way to Cathmoira. She, not sure where she went. She left before you got up. I haven't seen her since. So go find her for me, you good lad."
Yeah, sure.
Alright, tell you what, why don't you make me a little, it's your choice, we'll call it a survival or perception check to try and find your mother.
Ooh, that's a 2 on the die, so that's a 7 for survival.
You go looking, you go up and down the path, you don't find her up and down the path, you're like, oh, I gotta either go up the mountain or down the mountain. And you make the decision to go down the mountain. Maybe because it's more fun. Maybe that's why. But whatever your choice is, you just flip of the coin, happen to make the wrong choice, unfortunately. And you're like, jump down and slide down, having a little fun there, getting down to sort of a lower plateau, kind of making your way through. You're like, oh, maybe she fell off the path finally. But nope, your mother is not down here. And you're like, I'm climbing all the way up and gravel route and try and climb up, and it as you're big, hefty, strong fellow, and find another one. Why don't you make me an athletics or acrobatics check to get up the side of the mountain again?
Ooh, that's pretty good. 22 acrobatics.
Oh, excellent. So you're like, you just try the basic like use your strength kind of way. And the route goes, and you kind of tumble, and you're like, all right, I gotta do it. Like I'm cool. I'm gonna do it. And you kind of take a pace at it, and you run at the side. And you kind of, you're super light on your feet, and you kind of up to the top, and you grab the side of a tree, and you kind of pull yourself up onto the back of that tree and kick off of it to get yourself some momentum. This isn't anything Prince of Persia like. You're too far. Your body is very muscular and strong for that. But in sort of a like these muscle man kind of acrobatic ways, you kind of use your natural Goliath strength to propel your body in a great and miraculous balance in order to pull yourself up various trees and roots, not tarrying too long, to weighting down too much, and easily make your way up to the path, and then whoosh, spring up off of your legs up to the higher crag and pull yourself up above a rock using the momentum to carry through, and kind of whoosh, find yourself up higher on the path where you see just a little bit more ways up the way, maybe like 50 feet more up the mountain, there's a high stone that kind of peeks up and off, and you see your mother is kneeling there. She's looking not off at the forest, but sort of up into the air as she does, up into the blue sky. She has a worried look on her face. But she's a strong old Goliath woman. She's got bird feathers in her hair. She's got furs across her shoulder. Her skin is exceptionally not gray and pale like most Goliaths, but like white, and her eyes are alive with druidic magic. Your mother was a very capable druid, as you know. She looks off like she's reading the omens in the sky as she does. And you approach.
I think from quite far down, probably where he could just see her, he'll just yell out, "Ma, you getting on all right?"
She looks down. She goes, "Oh, aye, son. I'm fine." She kind of looks back up a little bit, and you're like looking up, and you're like, "There's not a cloud in the sky right now." And you're like, "What exactly what omen she's looking at, or what sign she's looking at?" But she stays there for a moment longer. Do you wait for her to come down, or do you join her?
Oh, I think he'll join. He'll fully run all the way up.
Enjoying perhaps the steep challenge of the mountain, you continue to make your ascent and clamber up the side, very skillfully rock to rock, and find your way to her side. And you're kind of standing over her. And she kind of smiles and rolls her eyes at your energy that never went away. And she pats the rock beside you as if to say, like, "Come kneel beside me," as she's doing. This is your mother, Oscar, if I got that right again.
Mhm.
And she looks off. She kind of shakes her head and she says, "My, your feet are quick as lightning as always, son."
Right, well, I did my 13 minutes of meditating this morning, so time to get on the road.
Wasn't it about a year ago you came and told me that you reached 15 minutes?
Aye, 15. That was a good day, but felt like an eternity.
Well, I guess some clouds are meant to move and others are meant to sit still in the sky. She looks up, shakes her head, just not a cloud in the sky. It seems calm, but I can't help the stirring in my heart. Something's restless up there. Spirits on the move. Doesn't feel quite right, does it? Storm's coming.
You're sure it's not the city full of wizards?
So there's no mistaking it. Here's what those silly wizards like your father do up there. Well, if your father's hasn't changed over to the arcane ways by now. But, no, there's no mistaking what has come from nature and what's come from man. No, it's not the replenishment. It's the spirits, to be sure.
Are they anxious?
Aye, they're very anxious. Come to replenishment before, and they haven't been so restless.
Mm. Do you want to go back?
No. No, me and, when a storm comes, it's best to face it head on. Wouldn't you say, son?
Aye. Interesting coming from you. Good fine.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just you've advised me caution all these years.
Well, maybe you've rubbed off on me a bit, haven't you? Running off into every trap and mountain to climb and danger to be had.
I suppose, but sorry if I've been hard. I think there's more that I could do to help than pottery.
She puts her hand on your cheek and looks at you and kind of kind of takes you almost by the jaw, kind of like, almost like affectionately jostles your head a little bit, like as if to say, "You silly boy." She says, "You carry the storm inside you, Hector. Make no mistake. One day it'll ask a great price of you. Never forget that. Grass is always greener, but enjoy the pottery while you can. Storm's coming for you too, son. Spirits don't just give away such blessings as they give them to you without purpose. There's something more for you out there. It's coming for you. You sure?"
I know, I know. Been telling me that forever.
Well, I see that there is no calm in your spirit. You're just going to have to come to the replenishment, and we'll talk about it later again.
All right. Do you want me to man the stall first, or a Pazzi?
No, Paz, you can do it. I know you're dying to go explore the city.
It's been 7 years.
Well, let's get going. Get you to that city so you can go run amok.
Excellent. Got Harold all ready to go.
And she requires, I mean, any aid that you give to her to help her down from the mountain is polite. She's strong. She's a big, strong Goliath woman despite her age. She says, "You know, you get to see your father again."
I know.
You nervous?
Not nervous, but every time we come, 7 years is a long time. Just makes his absence feel more.
I know it's been hard on you. And I think if there was another way, I know your father would choose it. But we can't always choose our fates. Sometimes the world asks things of us, and all we can do is decide if we're going to accept that responsibility or not. And your father did, accepted his responsibilities. But I know he loves you dearly. I know it's been hard on you to be away from him, but I know he loves you dearly. And I know that he thinks every moment about this replenishment throughout the years as they go by.
Well, I'll wait for him to tell me that.
She'll pat your shoulder and pat your cheek too. Not spurring you for your feelings about your father. And you know, surely a mother's disappointment that her son and her father couldn't love each other more or know each other more, or that this situation had to be and had to make the best of it. She does not begrudge you whatever feelings you possess. She lets them be and pats you on the shoulder in acceptance. So, as you come down, she goes, "Well, brother-in-law Patsy, are you finally ready to get going, you lazy?" "Me lazy? You're the one who's out watching clouds while me and your son do all the work." He goes, "Well, as soon as I recall, you're the last one asleep, old man." So, woman. And he kind of shakes his head and goes, "Well, let's get going then." Laska says, "Excellent, you command the stall first." And there's a moment of like, he looks over at you and goes, Aye.
She said it.
"I'm at peace with what you brought me again." And Oscar goes, "Yeah, you keep telling yourself that." And the two of them bicker all the way down the mountain, and you can't help the excitement. And to Cathmoira you go, and only a short hour or two later you enter into the city in all of its beauty and wonder. And then you are suddenly surrounded by yet again more people than you have seen in one place this last 7 years. You see people of all kinds, gnomes, maybe a dwarf over there. You haven't seen such a creature before. Its beard is so long. You see a furbolg. You've seen those a couple of times every time you've come here, and the druids and the grass and the green. You see all kinds of things happening. Natural rituals preparing for the residents. The spirits of nature being worshipped and actively having magic poured into them to invigorate the land. This is just a wonderful place. Maybe you were meant to be in the city, or maybe you weren't, but you're gonna love it while you're here. And you see artisans and spellwrights and leyline keepers, a couple wizards here and there who are here for necessary sort of communication with Avalir and arcane study. The few that have been allowed, apprentices make their way around, and the city is excited and full of history and energy and druidic power. And your mother gives you a look and smiles and gestures with the chin as if to say, "Off with you." Where are you going? What do you want to see? You got all of Cathmoira before you.
I think he'll kind of keep up appearances and smile at his mother and his uncle as he starts to walk away. And as soon as he rounds a corner and he's out of sight line, he is sprinting to a tavern or some kind of like fighting pit or something like that.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Magnificent. You go sprinting off, and you're just like running down the main street where the markets are. Your mother and uncle have put up a stall at the end of the street. Not the end of the street, but at least at the end of where the stalls are all put up. You run down the market and see the sights and sounds and smells, and maybe and I'm gonna take a liberty here. You tell me if this is just too far off, but maybe you were a little too young last year to go into a tavern, or at least without your uncle at your side, or whatever it may be. But you're certainly old enough now, and you're certainly been trusted enough by your uncle to just go off on your own, whatever it may be. You run up to this tavern that you've been really excited to go inside and like buy yourself an ale, maybe get into a bar fight. Who knows what you might get up to? And as you run up to the door, you are going to be confronted by the most amazing creature that you've ever seen in the streets. You see this giant, like big as a Goliath, giant bull-like horns with red skin, no tail. You are going to see this mysterious stranger, maybe entering or at least walking by the tavern around the same time. And I think the two of you just have a moment of whatever it is, maybe just like seeing or admiring the strangeness of each other. Whatever it may be, you kind of catch each other in that moment. Would anything be shared, or do you just kind of continue past one another?
I think Hector would say something. This being a rather interesting looking person, enormous. He'll kind of maybe be jogging slightly by and kind of take a couple slowing steps and go, "Ahoy there, big fella. You look like you could get up to trouble."
Hello. I've once or twice been known to have a bit of trouble.
I don't think I've seen your kind before.
I suspect not. My kind's name is Ox, and I hold out a little hand to shake.
He'll hold out a hand, shake it.
And just for fun, that is probably where you notice the sixth finger as well.
The name's Hector. You'll kind of look at the sixth finger.
It's nice to meet you, Hector. You heading in for a drink?
Aye. Yeah, right. A drink? And he kind of turned towards the tavern.
Can I tell that he seemed confused at the prospect?
Probably. Yeah, he's probably trying to play it off like, yes, this is normal, right? We go to taverns and to drink.
Yeah. Oh, all right. You know what I was just about to step into. You want to join me, buddy?
Why not? I've just gotten into town. I'm off of stall duty.
Oh, you working down in the market? I hadn't headed that way just yet myself. I'm also new here. I got in last night.
Aye, many treasures in the market. You should stop by our pottery stall. You don't look like much of a tea drinker, but we have some special mugs for ale. Keep your drink cold.
I could surprise you. I've been known to enjoy a leaf tea every now and again.
Oh, we've got cups for that too. Keep it just the right temperature.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. And you two will find your way to the tavern and all of its merriments and oddities and strange creatures having a drink and a laugh and a celebration. And the energy in here is good. It's not like, this is no biker bar, dive bar situation. Like, people are here celebrating the replenishment. There's decorations all through the tavern, and ale is flowing, and music is playing, and it's a jolly old time, and very easy to find yourself a drink and a little celebration. If you guys, why don't we say if you guys do a little bit of drinking, 4 copper and ale, take down as many of those as you want, and yeah.
However many Hector has, take one off there, and I'll add it to mine. I'll pay for your first one, you nervous child.
he will do 2. How about that?
Gotcha.
Magnificent. And you guys have a little powwow there. You just kind of drink and maybe meet some people to be friends with, and let the day go on. And Hector, you gotta tend to your pottery shop, which is the boring part. You gotta take off, and maybe you'll see Ox later. Maybe you'll see some of these other people you've met later. And Ox, you're like, oh, I gotta get back to care, or maybe you made some friends here and you hang out with them for a while. And similarly, meanwhile, back on Avalir, you guys are kind of, enjoying yourselves, your days. Liastara, the moment that the talk is done, you're told to go home. You're grounded for the rest of the day. And you head home. Before that, actually, this is just the last thing I want to take care of before we have a little time skip to the evening. Leah, before we finish off with you, Leokian will speak to you as he walks you home. And once you get to your door, he says, "Well, I'll be seeing. It was fun. Sorry you got caught. So your devious plan didn't work out."
I suppose it didn't, but it was still a lovely time spent.
And he'll lean in to kiss you if you allow him. She accepts the kiss. Excellent. It's all good. Yeah, you two kiss, and eventually he pulls back, and he looks at you and he goes, "Why are we not together, Leah? Especially now, I've met your dad. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, your mom really to take you out for dinners? What's the worst that could happen?"
Oh, not this again.
Come on, it's been like a year. What are we doing?
Oh, you know how I feel about labels and, well, commitment. It's all a bit much, and I'm still so young, and in 3 months well, you know what happens in 3 months, and there's so many reasons why not.
He looks not terribly happy about that. He goes, "Leah, you're not getting sent off to Aor. You're just, instead of going down that street, you're going that street. It doesn't get in the way. It's not like we're gonna be long distance or anything." And
don't belittle this. it might as well be the end of my life. I don't know what you're talking about. As I know it, my life is going to change entirely.
She goes, so why wouldn't it be good to like have a little connection, I don't know, with I don't know, the Silver Mask Theater with me? Yeah, are you planning to just like, I don't know, not talk to me anymore once your birthday comes around?
Well, not exactly that, no.
Not exactly? What does that
Well,
mean?
oh, why do you have to complicate such a good thing? We get along so well and so nicely, and why must anything change?
He shakes his head, and he's like, because be- because we get on so well, like, why do we need to hide that or pretend it isn't real?
Well, let me think about it, and I'll have a response for you in the morning. I'll give it some real consideration this time.
You know how many times you said that to me? 16.
Wow. You know, your resilience is to be admired.
Your resilience is to be admired. Leah, I'm sorry, but like, I'm 97. You're 99. What are we waiting for? You're not one of these, like, settle down at 300 elves, are you?
Well, it's just ah, in the morning. I will give you my answer in the morning. And and I will consider it this time, Leo. I don't know what I'm so scared of. But perhaps it's worth being scared with you.
Believe it when I see it. I'll be at the theater tonight. Uh, I guess you can't come. I'll let them know. Um, guess I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, Leo.
And he turns and not over, maybe a little. He's an actor, maybe a little over dramatically. He mopes himself off your front porch and walks down the street towards the Silver Mask Theater. And yet again, you've been grounded, so you'll miss the performance tonight. But that's where we'll take our break. Let's go to a 15-20 minute break as we travel through some time. When we come back, we'll see what happens on this wonderful night in Avalir and Cathmoira. I'm sure it'll be just as wonderful. We'll be back soon.
Hell yeah.
This is the second campaign I've been in with him where I've crashed from an airship. That's how Eberron began too. I didn't know Eberron was going to be like I clearly everyone knew how this session, etc., was going to end.
Oh yeah. I'll put that in there. I'm gonna go see if the wife needs anything. Yeah, Ox is great.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun making it. I'm also having so much fun just introducing him, so I'm excited to keep on playing the character. Um,
Yeah.
I hadn't super decided on the voice until the second I did it, and I'm like, yeah, this is exactly right. Deep, slight Southern lilt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good.
I did
I've decided on the Irish Scottish
I
adjacent.
I like it. I think it works well for what seems to be the coming of age thing you're going for too. Um, which I was not expecting. It was very fun to run in a Hecator. Is it is it Hecator or just Hector?
Sure.
Understood. All right. Ox is gonna call you Heckles.
Yeah, they could be silent. Who knows? I think he'll respond to both.
Fair enough. All right. I'm gonna be quiet while I slurp some noodles. I made some pho today.
Nice.
Thank you.
And a little tea. I will say I was making Hector's mini, and I showed my wife, and at first he was bald because Goliath, and she's like, "Why is he bald?" Like, I
I
don't know.
see. I had the same thing. I showed my spouse, and I think spouses just hate bald people because
They might. Yeah,
I was told you should put hair on that bitch. And I'm like, all right, I'll put hair on that bitch.
that's funny.
Noodles, dude. Oh, looks so good. Hell yeah. Back in just a second, just waiting on the mean girl, whatever we
Mean
call
girl.
her, whatever we call her.
Listen. I think there's nothing mean about making a not lover doom the narrative for the rest of time. I think that's perfectly normal and responsible for a bard.
But is being responsible as a bard? That's the question.
We will find out.
We shall find out. Come on. Oh.
I think if Hector wasn't crouched, he might be a little bit taller, but I think you've got me by the horns.
I I think the way it probably works, because you said you were 7'4".
Uh-huh.
The max that I can be is 7. So I think with the horns we're the same height.
You're like
But like,
7'5".
yeah, like with eye contact, you're still above me.
That's good.
Okay. We're getting into the very interesting section of this game. So I'm just gonna zero my focus in on that.
You don't want to play a nice little replenishment sim?
just the replenishment, and then that's it. New game, new
This is
characters.
the universe
Just a
where
little
it all goes
Stardew.
well.
So that was your live 7 years ago. Let's go to the next one, see if we want to do it that year.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to it.
Asmodeus decided to atone for his sins.
Yeah.
You know what? Not this year. Not this.
Yeah.
Next
Too much
one.
going on this year.
I'm just booked. I'm booked this year. Okay. I've been debating all week who goes next to this. If it's best to start in Cathmoira or Avalir. And I think it's gotta start in Avalir. I wanted to start in Cathmoira, but I think it only makes sense if the next part unfolds all the way back up in the sky.
Bring her down.
Bring her down.
I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it.
It's such a beautiful night, guys, everybody. Okay. Holy moly. It happens very late at night. Leah, you are an elf, and you trance, and thus do not take up a lot of time to sleep, but this will happen in the very... well, I'll tell you what. From what hour to what hour do you think Leah trances from?
2 to 6.
2 to 6. Perfect. Okay. A couple of things happen. Okay. Sorry. We're about to take off. Let's see. Okay, beautiful. You're awoken at first, both Lumira. You're back at home with your family, your 2 siblings, your mother and father. They've been worried about you, seeming to kind of not be yourself as of late. Go to your bed really quickly, and you feel like you haven't seen your family in a while. You live under the same roof, but it's that thing where you're just kind of passing each other a bit. They try to invite you to dinner, but you're not hungry again. Your mother said something about you don't eat enough and you're looking thin. You just head up to your room, get some sleep. It's been a tiring day. Leah, I'm sure you stomped around the house to show your... I don't know, I don't want to speak for you, but maybe showing your displeasure at your punishment. I'm a 99 years old, Mom. This is ridiculous. Or Dad, your mom didn't come home before you probably went to your bed to go throw yourself in bed and kick and be mad about why the world is so hard. These boys wanting to have a loving relationship with you, and your dad wanting to I don't know, make you an acceptable member of society, and how dare your mom want like the best for you and the class and all. So you go to bed, but both of you awaken by there's anything that's ever reliable to wake somebody up, no matter what. It is the feeling of falling. You both experience it. You fall. You wake up, uh, in the way nobody wants to wake up, about a foot off of your bed. As uh, your bed is leaving you behind, as gravity is taken over. And you wake up to that kind of thing, as you're suspended in the air and you're kind of hanging in the air, just kind of start screaming, try to think what to do. But before you even know that it's done, your bed comes back up to meet you, and you hit the bed hard. Imagine Lisandre, you bounce right off of your beautiful, or you land on it like it's a cloud, actually, because I'm sure you have a very expensive bed. Lumira, you bounce off of it and probably land hard on the floor next to it, and kind of Um, but very strange. Uh, Nothing like this has ever happened before, and I don't think your mind even goes to anything extreme. Just like some kind of weird magical phenomena, but this happens. And I think the house is big enough that, Leah, if you wanted to go find answers, you'd have to go actively find answers, just like what that was, or you'd go back to bed, whatever you want. Lumira, you hear around the house similar sort of, what was that? Your family kind of like, oh, no. You probably heard dishes breaking downstairs. This wasn't just in your room. This wasn't. Um, well, we'll do one at a time. I'm going to start with you, Lumira, first, because you would have had the most active sign that this was a bigger phenomenon, not a dream or something. So, what is your initial reaction?
Well, since I was asleep, I will quickly put myself together. The things, basically, whatever was closest to my bed, whatever I had on yesterday, that's what I'm gonna put on with me quickly. And I'm going to leave my room and check in with the parents. Maybe go from there.
You throw on your clothes, and you head outside to go see what's going on with your parents. Leah, what do you do?
That was surely a dream because it couldn't have been anything else. She is in her protected fortress and nothing can hurt her here. So it was probably a dream. And she landed right back in bed, so she's gonna try to fall back asleep.
Fantastic. And you fall back asleep, in which we are going to stick with Lumira for a minute. So Lumira, you come out, you come bursting out. Your two siblings are fine. If like my back, kind of like, or maybe one of them rubbing their back, and your mom and dad comes. Is everybody okay? Is everybody? Lumira, are you okay? Everybody okay?
Fine.
Your little brother goes, what was that? What the? Ow! That what was that? It's like the city was falling. She goes, and your older sister goes, or sorry, your older sibling goes, that's ridiculous. You couldn't don't say things like that. And you hear a single scream outside. Like it sounded like maybe down the street. But you hear like a fear scream.
I'm going to go check what's going on. Perhaps someone's been hurt.
They kind of nod to you, your family. They're like, yeah, okay. They definitely trust you to go looking. They've heard maybe about your new magical powers, and You're a little bit more equipped for this kind of thing than anybody else in your family. You suddenly have magically taken on the role of protector in your family, which is weird. But magic overrides bronze, so that's you. And you head outside and throw on a jacket or whatever, and head on outside. Um, absolutely. Um, uh, you head outside, and you are going to look up and down the street, and the first thing you're going to see is a body. You see just someone laying at a fork in the road, down the street underneath a lamplight. Do you approach it?
Yes.
Okay. You walk up to it, and you're horrified. You've never seen anything like this before. This person was like, it looks like a wild animal attacked this person. There's blood everywhere. And then, as you're reeling from that, there's a little bit of a light in the periphery of your eye. And you look down the street to see this person who makes eye contact with you just for a second. He's wearing black robes. His face is scarred like crazy. And he makes eye contact with you. And he says something under his breath you can't perceive, but what you do perceive is that where the light is coming from. He pulls back his black robe to reveal his chest, which has been scored and scarred in a very precise, runistic, magical, infernal design. And he roars something in the most alien, evil language you've ever heard. The entire rune ignites like fire. The man screams, and a giant arm shoots out of his chest, a red arm coated in blood with black nails upon the end. Another one rips out like this, and pulls the body apart, ripping the man in half, and pulling himself out from the inside of the body is this horrible monster. This creature of red skin, glowing yellow eyes, blackened claws, large bat-like leathery wings, rips itself free from the inside of this man's body and lets out a and looks down the street at you, and like a beast kind of goes low and throws himself into the air, up into the air, wings spread, flying at you. What do you do?
I think I grab my holy symbol and cast protection from good and evil.
It begins to dive at you, and you cast protection from good and evil. You feel just licks of spellfire across your body as the arcane magic emanates from you and creates a barrier that sends the creature coming at you, and then like clearly seeing its face like it didn't like that, and not so much that it doesn't think it can still kill you, but perhaps just out of annoyance, it flies down the street away from you to find another victim instead.
I would like to go to the Temple of Arathis, please.
You turn and you run to start making your way to the Temple of Arathis. That creature swirls over the mountain, over top of the streets. And keeping with that creature, it flies over the streets looking for a target, and it smells elf. And it looks ahead to see a very large building a couple blocks away, beats its wings hard, and smashes through a glass window. Most annoyingly, Liastara, you are awoken, but more terrifyingly, you are awakened to the sound of your father's scream. What do you do?
I jump out of bed and run to him.
You jump out of bed, you run to your father to see what's happening, and you throw open your parents' master bedroom door. You're not allowed in here, but this is important. You see your father. He's missing one of his arms. It is laying on the ground next to him. He is bleeding profusely, and this devilish demon creature is bearing down on him as he casts a shield very quickly, and the claw smashes against the shield in front of him and almost gets him. And he looks back and sees you, and what was once like confidence in arcane skill and also at fear of death becomes complete panic and terror as he sees you, and he goes, "Run! Just go! Just run! Run!" What do you do?
I think she's frozen with fear. I don't think she's ever faced anything like this before, and she's in shock. Yeah.
Very fair. You're shocked. Maybe you whisper out like a dad. And you see as he's looking back to you and distracted by you in your paralysis, a claw gets under his shield spell, breaks through the enchantment, and stabs into his stomach. Claws right through his stomach, and spits out blood. And with the last of his arcane strength, turns back to you and pushes his hand forward, and a blast of like arcane magic is going to blow you out the door. You are going to go fumbling down the stairs, and you are going to take. You're going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you go rolling down the family stairs away from the battle. You kind of like hold your side. And what do you what do you do? What the hell do you do?
Yeah, I think falling down the stairs would have like brought her back to her senses. She would is the creature like following her, or is it staying put?
Moments. It might come after you in a second. You don't know. But for now, you're at the bottom of the stairs. What do you do?
She's gonna try to hide, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Roll me a stealth check. Absolutely.
That's a 19.
That's very good. You dive under a table, and very Jurassic Park-X. You hear. The creature pads across. Every nail of its razor-sharp claws breaks slightly into the marble flooring, and it's just its sharp pervasiveness. And one of those claws steps right towards the table that you're hiding under. You can see that even from its claw, there's the tiniest little webs of cracks that sort of get filled in for a second by like a blackened fire that dissipates the moment the nail pulls itself up to continue its prowl. You hear in that moment in your head the sound of your mother. Your mother says to you, Liastara, there's no time to explain. Do as I say for once in your life. Come to the arch step immediately. Be careful. Is there a response? This is the sending spell.
Do I have to respond out loud?
No. I don't believe so. This is no, you don't. Yeah, you don't.
Okay.
This isn't the stone. This is the stone.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just say, Dad, Father, I saw Mom, he's gone.
There is a pause where you're under there. You feel alone. The creature prowls around, smells the air, and then lets it and then a large beating of a wing and a smashing of a window as the beast is flown away. And in that moment, you hear, and you hear your mother say, Liastara? Liastara, where are you?
She will. She'll come out and run to her mother and just like start sobbing. And she doesn't have words, but she'll just fall into her mom's arms. Yeah, almost collapse there.
As she grabs you, and you cry, and you can feel the stiffness of someone who wants to do the same as you, but instead you feel, as you felt a couple times before, the infinite expansion of your form as you travel through the ley lines of magic as she casts teleport, and gets you out of there. And as soon, the moment you're stretched out is the moment that you've returned, and she has taken you from home. We will come back to you. Lumira, you are running to the Temple of Arathis. You charge him. Before you get there, you are the city's fucked. Like you're running through and maybe survive it. But I'll tell you what, roll me an athletics or a stealth check. It is your choice to just either outrun or dodge around anything that might be chasing.
Because she would have been going on, can she have activated her innate sorcery?
Absolutely. Your body just ignites in spellfire.
Okay, so this will be... I'm almost certain we're going for stealth. Yes, we are going for stealth. God damn, what is that? I think it's a 50. Hold on. Oh, shit. I think we're going to have a 16 here, but I have to put my glasses on. Okay, yes. That is a 17 total. Sorry. Need help with the reading. Yes, a 17 total.
17 total. Very, very good. Yeah, there's a couple of close calls, but is this athletics or is this stealth?
Stealth.
Stealth. There are a couple of close calls, but you like throw your back against a couple of walls here and there. You're doing something that nobody else does in the situation. By the you don't know. Some people panic. Some people run. Some people go into fucking laser precision mode when there's danger. And in this moment, you just kind of you find this like instinct-based like patience required at times, and you like throw yourself down alleys. Wait for the danger to pass, look carefully, and run. You're like numb in the brain. There's no thoughts. Just like Temple of Arathis, and like getting in and out of trouble. There's one point though where, to no fault of your own, one of these towers, one of these big mage towers, explodes. Just comes fucking, and you are lucky enough that you're not close enough that you're not going to get hit by it, but lands, and you see this like huge, like 18, 20 foot tall, giant winged, strong brawn chested, bearing a sword of fire, like flames coming from eyes and mouth, and just roiling in smoke just over the what's left of the foundations of this, just and with that roar, dozens of smaller, like devilish creatures, like imps, just start like in a great swarm, sort of coating the air in it, and the creature lurches off of it with the beat of a wing, and just King Kong fucking jumps to another neighborhood of the city to start fucking. And you hear screams. You look over to where the building collapsed, and you see that there are people wounded and hurt, and maybe even pinned. Do you keep going?
How far am I from the... Can I see the temple from where I am?
You are like maybe 3 blocks away. You can't see it from where you are, but you're close.
How many of those... Like, did the imps follow the big thing?
The imps haven't come down to get you guys. That might be a matter of time. But for the time being, it's just these wounded people.
Okay. I can't save everyone, but as I'm moving as quickly as I can towards the Temple of Abrathas, I will, oh yeah. So long as I've got the 10 minutes, I'm going to continue to use the protection from evil and good.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, as I walk through, I will cast Cure Wounds and Spare the Dying as much as I can.
Yeah, you walk by, there's like 5 people, and you take a minute to like cure wounds, spare the dying, spare the dying. This one guy's pinned by a rock. These guys can't help him out. You want to help that guy out? He's like screaming, his leg is pinned under it.
I am not strong, but I will try.
Make me an athletics check. Absolutely.
That is a 15. Just crazy.
In that moment of panic, the adrenaline is flowing. You're in this like action, like gotta help, like moving on instinct mode. The adrenaline's flowing. You've never seen so much blood and horror in your life, not even close. And you just fucking like pull it up enough that 2 of these people you healed kind of like grab the guy by the arm, pull him out from under the rock, and you let it down. They're like, there's no time to be impressed. They just like get the guy out. His leg is mangled, absolutely mangled. He's screaming. They're like, okay, and then, like these guys are all panicked. You get out of there, or would you try and rally them?
We have to get to the temple.
Make me let's make it a persuasion or intimidation check, your choice, to just kind of rally focus and get them to move with you.
All right, this dice is being very, very nice tonight. So, you said persuasion?
Persuasion or intimidation, your choice.
We're going to go with persuasion. That is an 18 plus a 6. So,
Ooh.
24? 22.
Very, very, very good. 24, I believe. Yeah.
24, okay.
It's all good. Incredible. Yeah, these guys are like, right. Yeah, she'll protect us. She's a god. Yeah, okay. Suddenly everybody's found religion in this moment. And you just start, come on, let's go. You start making your way down the street. You make your way down those 3 blocks. You're moving slow, not too slow. Like these guys they've got the guy with the broken leg, like shoulder to shoulder, and they're like hustling him down the street like that. But this isn't a sprint by any means. You make your way those 3 blocks. I'll carry over your stealth. You kind of like, wait, and then a swarm of imps goes flying by. Some archmage is like casts like 10 magic missile bolts, just like hit 10 of them, but then like 20 just fly into him. Start ripping into him. You run by as you can't help it. He's a distraction, I guess. I gotta use it. You run on by. You get to the end of the street, and you see the Temple of Arathis is there. Even from here, you can hear the hymns from the inside coming. It is surrounded by devils. It is surrounded by creatures who are like waiting for an opening or something to happen, but they cannot pass the threshold of this temple. It is consecrated in the name of Arathis, and they cannot draw closer. But the temple is surrounded. Just plain and simple, you'll die if you try to enter this place right now. One of the guys goes, "What do we do now?" Someone says, "We should get to one of the teleporters. What are the teleportation circles in the city?" Okay, well, what's the closest one? And everyone's, I don't know. Everyone's all freaked out. Why don't you make me a investigation check to see if you can tell where the nearest teleportation circle is.
Sweet. I think it is going to be a 16 total. That was a 15 on the dice. No, just a 15. Straight 15.
Absolutely. You know, now I hope I'm getting it right. You know that there is one teleportation circle, an emergency teleportation circle, in Excelsior Plaza. It'll take you around these guys very, hopefully safely. Certainly better than running through these guys or by them. You'll have to go by the Arc Steps first, which you know is also consecrated. So that is good. You could go to like consecrated grounds and then continue to Excelsior Plaza and get the hell out of here. That's probably your best bet.
That is what we will do.
Okay, you go running, and I'm going to officially end your stealth after this. You are able to get down the way. Yeah, the dice don't say you don't encounter anything particularly. Like, you encounter a ton of horrible shit, fire and slaughter, but nothing so large or as dangerous that it is able to detect your very good stealth check. You come running up to the Arc Steps. It is the main central government building. It is, as it says, the Arc Steps. There's these long, beautiful lane of steps that lead up to the center of government here. There is maybe like 3 or 4 people standing outside. One of them is missing an arm. She's disheveled. She clearly had one of these crazy aristocratic whatever the fuck styles going on, and she's missing an arm, she's bloodied, she's bruised. She just leaves, goes walking down the street in like a maddened like calm for some reason. You see one of the more famous people in the world, in Avalir, standing on the steps. You see Aldemir the Wise, Archmage of the Librarium in Quantum, and veteran member of this council. Another one of the Archmages vanishes before you can even run up. And by the time you run up, it is just Aldemir the Wise, and then suddenly, arriving, you're going to see another Archmage of the council that you recognize, but you don't, it's Willow something. And in her arms is her sobbing daughter. You saw her in the crowd this morning. You saw her in the crowd at the thing this morning. That you bring these like this group of like, you didn't realize if some more people joined you along the way as you were running to safety. You've got like 10 people behind you right now, and you run up to them. We're gonna come over to Liastara as your two groups join together in this moment. Aldemir the Wise is talking about and he says we need to channel all of our spell magic into the lattice of the city to save Avalir. It's the best thing that we could do. And the other councilman says, I'm not doing anything until I get my daughter out of here. And she looks over and suddenly sees you all and goes, I see we have more to do.
I'm a healer.
Yes. Excellent. Magnificent. We need to get you all out of the city. Aldemir the Wise says, no, we must use all of our spell power to save Avalir. This elven woman, she says, you know that nobody here has the spell power required to even make a dent in what you require. We will absolutely perform our duties, but first I'm getting my daughter out of here. And one of the refugees with you says, okay, Excelsior Plaza, right? That's where we should go? And someone says, no, it would be better if we went down the theater way. There's a teleportation circle closer over in that direction. And Willowmight says, no. I know, I've received a report that there is a great deal of demons down there in the theater district. There may be a teleportation circle there, but it's far more dangerous. It's better to go to Excelsior Plaza to escape in that direction. Understood, everyone? She looks down at you. The asteroid says, "Do you understand? You must get to Excelsior Plaza."
Of course. You're coming with though. I mean, just you're coming with, right?
I'll be right behind you. I am a counselor to the city. I need to do what I can to save the people here. I need to try and save Avalir.
I can't make it without you.
There's also something else important that you know, Leah. There was the suggestion to go down Theater Way to get to that teleportation circle. Your mother said it was filled with demons. You know that's where the Silver Mask Theater is. And you know that Leokian and a number of your friends were at the theater that night for a performance that you weren't able to go to. And they could be in danger. But your mother says you just have to go with these people. Better group in numbers. Don't crowd the teleportation circle, everybody. When you get there, 9 at a time. Any more, and it'll be lethal. I promise you, it'll be lethal. Do not panic. You must get to Excelsior Plaza. It's a little bit longer, but you got to go. Be safe. And she looks at you, the asteroid, and says, "I will be right behind you. I will be right behind you. But you have to get to safety. All that matters is that you go, honey."
I can't. I can't leave you, not after Dad.
Liastara, you are the future of Avalir, my love. I have worked my whole life to see that the city is well for you and your sister. You are Avalir. You must go to safety. Please.
I'll go, but I have to check. I have to check with my friends and Leokian. I have to. What if they're unwell? You said the creatures were down there. I can't just abandon him.
If the creatures are there, they're done. You can't get to them.
Listen to this woman. It's dangerous. It's too dangerous.
Then come with me, Mother. I know you can do this.
No, she can't.
I have to defend all of Avalir. I could do more good for the city if I channel my magic into Avalir. It's too much to explain. I'm sorry, my dear. I cannot spare the time. If I had gods, I'd send them, but I don't. There's only so much magic, and there's only so much time, and there's only so much I can do. I can't go running after every single person. I'm sorry, but they're probably already gone.
Well, and she'll look over your group, Lumira, and say, your people are too slow and too injured. Let's go the short distance, and perhaps we can save my friends too.
Yes.
I'm actually. I want to make a wisdom. Can I make a wisdom insight check?
Like a persuasion
of some kind
of situation? Is that what you're asking for?
I am trying to see which, based on what I know of the city and what I know of what's happening, which gives us all the greatest likelihood of surviving.
Oh, well, I can tell you what, there isn't of you all surviving. That guy's doesn't have a leg. Plenty of people here are injured. Going down the place that has like confirmed like fiendish infestation is probably less survivable than a place where it's unconfirmed. So as far as survival goes, with who you've got, Excelsior, if you want to try and save more people to get out of here with and take the risk, it's Theater Way.
So right now there is this woman who you saw earlier who is actually vibrating in both spellfire and divine radiance, since one of the spells she actually cast through divine means.
Oh, you threw a cleric spell.
She has one. Protection against good and evil is truly a cleric spell from Magic Adept Cleric, which is part of her acolyte background.
Okay, yep, absolutely. Very cool.
I know what surrounded the Temple of Arathis. If it's surrounded, we will not make it. We must be wise.
What do you do, Liastara? Everybody's telling you not to, but
Yeah. She turns to her mother and says, I trust you. And you'll be right behind me.
I'll be right behind you.
I can't lose you too.
Liastara, you are the most stubborn, willful daughter I could have ever asked for. And I mean that in a good way. You are strong. You will survive this world. No matter what happens to you, no matter what happens in Avalir, you're going to be okay. I love you very much. You must go now. For the sake of yourself, for the sake of the city, please go now, my love.
She'll give her mom a big hug, and I think she knows this is probably like the last time she'll see her mother, and I think that kind of sinks in because she's a councilwoman that would go down with the ship, and tearfully she'll let go and say, I will see you soon, Mother.
I will see you soon. She holds you so tight. And then she lets go of you and takes one last look at you. And in the kindest lie, she says, I'll be right behind you. Now go. Just go. And sends you away. And as you run by Lumira, you catch the look of one of the most powerful mages in the city, who looks at you with a desperation in her eyes that says, please protect her. It's not your job, but her eyes asking it. And you run. As you run, you leave behind your mother. There's the sound behind you of teleportations as the archmages leave to go to other parts of the city to go perform the roles that they must perform to try and save this place. You run, and with tears in your eyes, and it occurs to you, Lumira, that your family is in the city somewhere as well. They could have got to a teleportation circle.
I know.
Okay. You run. Everyone, including you two in this group, the refugees, everybody, all these finely dressed aristocrats and mage rights and whatever are crying and screaming as they run to try and get away. And you see Excelsior Plaza. You see that there's a large group of people standing in Excelsior Plaza, maybe like 2 or 3 dozen people. There's one mage saying, "Don't crowd the teleportation circle. Stay back. It's dangerous if you crowd it." In this moment, crashing through a building, you're going to see this massive automaton come flying through one of the walls with this like mage power blade across its arm, and it lets out this sound, and it lets out this cone of anti-magic, and it rips from all of the mages standing here. what seems to be pure magic out of their bodies, and it rips out of their bodies, out of their flesh, and they fall to the ground dead. People scream. Immediately, a dozen people are dead as this thing has appeared. You guys are the nearest group. And in this moment of being stunned, it turns to you and raises a blade. And as that blade comes down, a sudden blast of a thin green. You hear this unfolding of teleport. The blade comes down, and you just see this green whizzing line of energy smash into the chest of this creature and immediately disintegrates a huge crest in its armor, and it steps back. And you look to your side, Lumia, and you are going to see Archmage Darius Willowmight has appeared. And he steps forward and casts telekinesis and blasts this creature back against the wall with all of its might, and it begins to move forward. And he looks over to you, Lumira, and he goes, "Well, what are you standing around for? I'm not losing you. Get going."
She's going to cast a quick guiding bolt on it.
All right, you run by and sling a guiding bolt with an arcane word, and it blasts it to make me an attack roll.
Well, it's a good day to have good dice. Sorry, I've got to find spells at +6. So 19 plus 6 is 25.
Yeah, the bolt blasts inside of it. I'm not going to worry about damage too much. Just to play into the chaos. You definitely leave this light around it, and this hole. And seeing the opportunity, Darius releases the telekinesis. He casts another spell with a very long verbal component. And from his arm, a blade of pure antimatter fires forth from it, stabs through the creature, taking full account of the advantage given by the guiding bolt, and just antimatter fucking rips it apart with a blade of disaster spell 9th level. As he slices it in half, he just looks at you and says, "Get going!"
And I run with Leah.
You get going. You hear the sound of atoms being cut in mid-air as the blade continues to sling around, as Darius seems to be sort of holding the rear as some other horrific creature has made its presence known with a great roar. You guys all run towards the teleportation circle. It's going, "Come on, come on!" And you guys dive into the circle. At which point, I'm going to say, we're going to cut to a transition here, actually. So while you were doing all of this running to the plaza, you would have heard a sound come through the entire city. And down in Cathmoira, you would have all heard the sound come through the entire city as well. It seems to be a massive broadcast coming out from the city itself. You are going to hear "Good evening, Avalir and Cathmoira. No, good evening, Tormod. It is I, Loquacious Seal. I report the news, win, draw, or lose. I am your heartfelt, handsome herald, addressing you now for the last time." This comes on every morning. This is the radio broadcast. It comes on every morning here now. Mayhem, chaos, but also hope. Fear is in the air, but the spirit of Avalir are strong, and our brothers and sisters in Cathmoira inspire us with their bravery, sincerity, and pure, forgiving hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, the replenishment is cancelled. Our centuries-old bond severed. The truth is, our wizards have failed. The Septari, the Ring of Gold, Laureus of the Weaver's Mask, liars, traitors, scoundrels, and curs. Their hubris run amok. But our two cities are like a married couple. We have our differences. We may not have the same goals. We even separate for a time. But we are connected by love for eternity. We made a promise to each other, and it's one we must fulfill. Tonight, right now, a grave danger approaches your homes. But don't trust me. Trust someone else. And he's appearing on all of the screens. This changeling fellow in a golden robe and all of its magnificence. He steps back from the screen, and appearing in is the face of Eldamir the Wise. It is I, Eldamir the Wise. Loquacious speaks true as always. There are prehistoric terrors and man-made mistakes abound. But you must survive if you could use your clever minds and passionate hearts to run. Flee now. Take nothing but your loved ones, and get off Cathmoira immediately. You have until sunrise. Take every available sky ship at the galley. There are 5. Take any means you need to escape this place from Avalir. Use your magic to save yourselves. I have instructed all the ruling elites and administration of the city to go down with the ship. If you are hearing my voice, and you are part of the administration, any administration, you must stay aboard the city as it falls. You see the changeling step back in as Eldamir the Wise steps out. Remember your Avalir siblings and the sacrifices we made for them. Remember Sirit, the Eyes of Avalir, and his bravery. Remember Nidus, the dragon, and his sense. Remember Patia Porkol, keeper of scrolls, and all the wisdom she brought. Remember brave Xerxes and Mavandrin, the first knights of Avalir. And remember the architect arcane, Lyra, the most beautiful woman in the world. And also, remember the Market of Wonders. Specializing in Mercer discount spell ink will beat any price of any other ink market in town, or your next bottle is free. I'm Loquacious Sealy. And he drops whatever illusion he was making into a pure changeling face and he says, "See you later." All of the visuals go down. And in this moment, whatever illusions you may have had about the truth, Liastara, you know your mother's going down with the ship as you stand at the edge of this teleportation circle. But we will come back to you. And we will come back to you well, Lumira. But right now, we're going down to Cathmoira as there have already been signs that things are going to hell. It has been a late night of celebrating the replenishment. You either wake up or have already been up, as there has been some elemental disturbances. I think Hekate, due to your innate connection with certain elemental powers, you felt it stir. And it's almost like you can't help but feel like your mother must have felt these vibrations. Her being so much more sensitive to the natural world, and now it feels like you're just barely able to feel those vibrations, the string finally starting to waver, and now it's strong enough that you're able to feel it. Ox, wherever you are, you do not feel any sort of elemental disturbance, but what you do notice, the druids, seemingly for no reason, have begun to run amok, and you know what's happening. What do both of you do?
You want to go for it, Ox?
Yeah, I can. As the night goes on, I think at some point I did go to find Care, to just sort of hang out with her at that point. So would it be far stretched to say that when things start to go down, I know an idea of where she's at?
I would say you could be with her if you want. She told you where she was, by all means.
Yeah.
You guys have stayed up late into the night and shared beverages, talked about the replenishment, talked about things that you would have desired to, and generally just like made a really genuine friend. And her ears sort of peek up. She starts to sort of feel about. She goes, "Oh no, something's terribly wrong." Next thing you know, suddenly you're in a torrent of craziness as all these druids are running around and seemingly like beseeching, like they're all facing towards the center of the city where Avalir is meant to fall, and they're almost, I wouldn't say praying, but like kind of like chanting towards to the edge of the city. There are exceptions to the rules, like Care herself. She says, "Things are coming. We need to start getting trees open. Yes. We gotta go find the elders. And you find yourself following after her as she finds some of these some older like gnomes and old men who are well decorated and kings. This is the city of Throne. Various druidic kings and druidic leaders of the Gau Drashari. And they begin to start preparing rituals of transport via plants as emergencies come. And that's when you hear the broadcast. And we will come back to you. But first, Hekate, what about you?
Yeah, I think so this is happening really early morning.
This is happening like, yeah, really early morning. I would say this is happening like 3 in the morning, something like
Okay.
that.
I think
Or maybe 4:30, sorry if I got it right.
Oh yeah, I can't remember. If it's around 4:30 or 5, he's probably up because he was expecting to watch, almost like the ball drop on New Year's Eve, the city come down. So he's, kind of up and staring at this and just kind of waiting, and sees this broadcast and is probably really confused by it. He's like, the fuck does that mean? And decides he's gonna go find his mother, Asuka, wherever she is.
Absolutely. You go find your mother. It will not be hard. You know where to find her. But both Avalir and Cathmoira are probably all up for that very reason you mentioned, the ball dropping, which is great. Replenishment's a big deal, and the touchdown once every 7 years would be something worth celebrating and watching. So people have probably gotten up early. So unfortunately, people weren't in their homes when all this started kicking off. People were out and about and celebrating and out en masse. Ox, this thing comes through, and Care to hand her shoulders. Oh no, we have to get people to safety. She's looking around. There's some screaming children. Go, I don't know where my mom is. I don't know where my mom is. And she goes, hey, it's okay. Come here. We got to get you to safety. Oxy, help me. Get those children together. We got to get them to one of the trees. You look over at these like 3 crying gnome children.
Yeah.
Who are just standing there going, like, just sobbing into the air. They're very young. They don't know much of any. They're just scared. They know they should be scared, and they're scared.
Ox, looking in all directions, hearing this request, and knowing that I probably just have a little bit of more wiggle room time before I have an appointment, I grab the gnome children like kittens by the scruff of like their tunics, and I hold them up in like one hand almost, because gnome children have to be tiny. And I'm like, we're going, lead the way, please.
Absolutely. She goes, okay, right this way, children, right this like the desperate school teacher.
And I think if there's any more like children having issues or like people that seem too paralyzed to move, I am like slapping them in the side or like encouraging them along. I'm getting people to move and keeping the flow going.
Awesome. You find yourself in a position you've never found yourself, where you have terrified people over your shoulders, in your arms, in your hands. You've never carried anyone probably to safety.
Not willingly.
Not willingly, and certainly not like children and like commoners or whatever. So you might feel a little ridiculous, maybe, or maybe you're just
silly,
just in the moment or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck where am I? What am I doing? But nonetheless, you're carrying these people to safety. You're protecting them as best you can, and Care's like, right this way, children. It's gonna be okay. We'll find your mums and papas. And comes towards a tree. You kind of like the tree's there. It's like, okay, single file through the tree. Single file. Oh, Ox, help me with. And you kind of find yourself like putting all these people down over here, kind of off your shoulder. And as Care's right through the tree, you catch something on the side of your eye. You see Syroxis. He has his chest bared, and he has runic symbols all over. He is preparing to sacrifice blood to the Lord of Hells to bring about demons or devils or fiendish evils.
Yeah.
You look over in shock to see him because he looks at you, catch his eye, and he gives you a kind look of like, I can do this kind of thing on his face. He draws a knife. And he looks over at Care. And he starts walking towards Care with the knife. And your heart drops, I'm sure, into your stomach. What do you do?
I think this is the first time that there is a paralyzation of his own feet, and unsure of what to do after years of being so confident in this place here. Sees the knife come out, and it's about to come into his chest. And
Oh no, it's, to be clear, it's going for Care. He's going for Care.
he's gonna. Oh, gotcha.
The knife is going for, like, blood is required. If he can bring some people down with him, all about it. It'll only make things more powerful. You don't know all the ins and outs of it, I'm sure, or what the hell exactly he's doing, but all you know is he's
There is just the flash of breakfast in the morning light, and this such a kindness of just the quick flashback of going to bed in an alleyway, and then this Furbolg asking if he'd like to sleep in a bed, and I think he comes out of that hesitation, and I think I'm going to attack Syraxis before I really know what I'm doing.
would it be go ahead and make whatever strike you think you would make upon Syraxis.
All right. My plus to hit, I believe, is it's a 19 to hit.
What are you using?
I think I've got my big ol' axe off my back. I think it's a very takes it, and it's trying not to draw blood in this moment. I think he's hitting with the flat of it, almost like he's trying to bring head to dirt.
Okay. You charge him trying to I'm gonna ask you to throw an athletics on top of this. Because this isn't just a strike. This is like a desperate, I might get there in the last moment, and you're trying to make it non-lethal. Be one thing if you're bulldozing through him, but if you're trying to like save him at the same time. You're absolutely gonna hit him. This is to see if you can control your strength.
If it's controlling my strength, unfortunately, I have hit a 19 as well.
Well, 19 is for your skill at athletics. This isn't for force. This is for skill at athletics. Yeah. So you run over, and you, as he comes over, and he like, his hand's shaking. You can tell as he brings the blade up. He isn't even looking at his tunnel vision, as he's almost like scared of himself in this moment. You bring the axe around and like shovel to head. You just brain him unconscious.
Cool.
I'm not worried. He has intentionally cut himself up to make him as weak as possible for the final plunge. So he is already weakened, and your axe blow just knocks him out cold, and he falls into the street.
Yeah.
Care screeches and turns around to see what the hell that was. And you're standing over this guy with an axe. He goes, What was that? What happened?
Dangerous things happen at dangerous times. Please keep focusing on getting people into the tree. I will deal with this. I will be back.
Oh, okay, be careful. And she's like, okay, keep going, kids. It's okay. Everything's okay. Trying to control them, and you possibly hull Syraxis over your shoulder by the sounds of it and take off.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off back into town.
Okay, let's head over to Hekate. Absolutely. Well done. Hekate, you go running. There's a bit of a mayhem out here. I'm gonna say make a super low DC investigation check at advantage to find your people. You know where they are. You know where they should be. This is just to like kind of get there in the momentum of everything.
Sure. And he'll, as he's running, he'll touch his chest also and say, "Guide me." We'll cast guidance.
Okay. Hell yeah, absolutely.
So that is investigation, you said?
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Well above what you required. Very well done. You know exactly where to go. You run. You find, first and foremost, standing by the stall, kind of unhappy about everybody running around and the screaming and everything. You find little Harold. He is tied up to a stone column, and he's kind of upset. You are going to see at the end of the street 2 of these people with these monsters rip out. People screech, and your uncle just comes out of nowhere. Fucking Superman punch through the air, just absolutely just lightning like around his arm, just boom, dominates this one guy. One jumps on his back and starts literally like this with like razor sharp claws, starts tearing flesh off of his back and grabs the other one, throws it on the ground. You don't see your mother anywhere. What do you do?
Okay. He'll kind of be a little bit taken aback and get into a defensive stance and call out to Apazi. Have you seen Mother?
She went to the woods. It's best go get her. Over that way.
All right. What are you gonna do?
What I always do. I'm gonna knock some heads in. And you're gonna see a couple of flying towards it. This one imp comes up and he just sends it. The guy's strong, and you're like, you don't know. Things are crazy around here. You don't know how well he's gonna do, but he thinks he's an impressive guy.
Yeah. Seeing that, he'll say, "Right," and then take off towards the woods. He'll double dash, actually.
Yeah, all right.
45 feet move speed.
You make your way in. I've got no doubt that on the way, being the great strength that you are, are you going to help some people along the way? It's absolutely possible. Just like
sure, yeah.
We're built for hit and run.
What's he seeing?
Yeah, you run down the streets he's basically pointed you towards like the outskirts of the city, the forest of the city. Not hopefully not too far away. He didn't give you a coordinate or anything, but a direction. You run by to see some of these flying imp-like monsters flying around. Maybe once or twice you see people like on their back as one of them is like on top of them, like trying to kill him. So generally what you see is it's less, if you find anyone, they're either being attacked or have been killed. That is generally what you see along the way as you run through the great grassy metropolis in the direction that you're told.
Okay. So as he's sprinting along, it's still dark. Hekate does not have dark vision, so he is running along casting Produce Flame. And he's just kind of holding this flame in his hand, trying to light his path. And anytime he sees, an imp or anything near, he'll just hurl the flame at it and keep running. And as soon as he sees one close to him, he'll like, elbow check it or just knee check it without even slowing down.
Okay, I want you to make me an attack roll. Make me an unarmed strike.
Okay. Ooh, natural 17 for a 23.
Excellent. So the first one you see is like this person's like, oh no, and you hurl in the fire like direct hit, and you're like, fuck yeah, and you keep going. You hear, and you turn around to see like, they generally all look the same, but there's certain mangled parts of their evil features that gives you recollection of them. And this one imp seems utterly unharmed by the fire that you casted as it descends on you. Like, oh, that's weird. And you just like absolutely sucker punch this guy, fucking, and it tumbles out. And you keep going. And a monk, this is what a monk is for. A monk runs and hits and keeps running. And with your 23, I'll just carry it a little bit thematically. You have an objective, but when you can, there are flying kicks, there are fucking Muay Thai elbows, and some fucking super monk punches, not unlike your uncle. Just absolutely just tearing through those people who are a little distracted by you and giving people some chance to get away, and it's helpful. You make your way to the brush. You're like running through the brush, jumping over bushes, and make your way through, and you come to this little glade clear, where you do indeed see your mother. Um, your mother is on her knees, her arms outstretched to the sky, and she is speaking in Druidic. You don't understand. Do you understand Druidic?
Oddly, no. It's not
No.
a language choice.
That's
But I
fine.
feel like he might know like a little bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. She's saying something essentially along a. It's not a prayer. That's not what druids do, but a beseeching of nature that you've heard her done many times. And she says, "I call out," essentially like something like, "I call out to you, great one, he of the sky. Let your fury be calmed." All the while, you see at the edge of the woods, all of these Eliadon's spirits that you know so well are enraged. You do not know why, but they are enraged. And you see like a wolf, a bear, a fox, not unlike many of the spirit idols that you have seen around the city, sort of stalking out from the woods, but like red. Like they're not the color of their designed elements. They're like red with spiritual rage. Something has enraged the spirits, like your mother has said. And they like approach your mother. There's like 4 of them, we'll say at this time. She must know they're there, but she does not abate. She says, "Great spirits of the wilds, great feathers of the wind, do not be enraged. Come to me now. Let us commune. Let us see through the balance of these things." But seemingly distracted, these creatures begin to prowl upon her, these spirits. What do you do?
Oh man, how far am I away?
You're a monk, baby, not too far away.
Not too far away. Okay, so he'll. Okay. He'll run up near her and maybe go a little bit past, and he will spend a focus point to basically get his, what is it called? Let's see. The elemental attunement. So he will burst out into this mix of elements, and fire and lightning crackling and water kind of swirling around him, eyes glowing a bit. And he'll call out to the spirits, "Be calm."
As you do this, you're going to note something very strange happens. As you summon all of the elements around you, for a moment, yes, like your arm feels like wet with the water of the sea, and your fingers freeze on your right hand, lightning crackles across your back, and flame engulfs your head. But suddenly the only elements that are there are earth and fire. And almost painfully, it's like they bind around you, and while these elements are at your command and not actually damaging you, you feel almost like magma running down your arms, like under your skin, and you're like uncomfortable, like and you feel yourself connecting with the ground beneath your feet, like some great power you could never have even imagined. Some force of elemental power is rising from beneath the earth, and your elemental power draws from it and almost burns you from it, but you trained well, and it's in your command right now. You tell them to stop. I want you to make me an intimidation check. I'm going to give you advantage, though, because you're channeling something you don't understand that might help you.
Can I throw a guidance in there?
Sure you can, of course.
Oh, real bad. A 3 and a 4.
Oh.
So that's going to be a 9 total.
A 9 total. You go, "Stop! No!" You bring out your elemental attunement. You kind of tell them to stop. And we'll say that's kind of like your action as you're running forward using your normal speed. Like, "No, stop!" In your compassion in your reverence for these spirits. Trying not to be initially aggressive. They start, and the wolf spirit runs forward and pounces upon them. And not in a savaging that a wolf might occur, but in a true spiritual, like, violation. Starts pouring just pure magical, like, force into her. Like, it manifests to look like biting down and clawing as your mother is tough, but sort of roars from the assault. Her prayer interrupted. That one gets on top of her, starts biting into her and attacking viciously. Panic swells inside you shortly, and you feel the fire like sort of burn around you. The other three begin to charge her as well, as they're sort of like, you're here, the creature's there, or you're here, your mother's here, and the spirits are kind of here. They sort of begin to charge your mother. In that moment, a being you have seen before, maybe many times before, a gargantuan, and I mean gargantuan, like 100-foot wingspan, massive bird, an eagle of lightning upon its wing, partially red like the rest of them, these spirits, but its mighty talons come down and shrieks with the crack of lightning as its wings beat, and its two claws slam into two of those spirits, destroying them under just pure spiritual force, and rip like craters from the ground as it like swoops and flies like an eagle catching a mouse from the ground, but devastates the earth, meaning to destroy them. And the third spirit runs. The other two there's nowhere to be seen, and the bird hits it and flies back up into the air. This is the great bird. This is the spirit that your mother was surely calling. Your mother is still being attacked, though. And as the bird is going in for another pass, your mother will be attacked again if you don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the wolf jumps at his mother, he's gonna start swinging. And at this point, with that kind of empowerment of fire and earth, I think that's all he's going to be able to hit with. So he's, throwing punches, and as he does, he is able to move if they fail a strength check, but he is able to like move things 10 feet away. So he's trying to like hit them to get him off of its mother.
Absolutely. Make me 2 attack rolls.
Sure.
For action, bonus action.
The 2. And a 7 plus 6, so 13 total.
13. That might just do it.
He can spend another focus and do the flurry of blows too for one more attack, I think.
Yeah, give me another one. Absolutely.
I'll go for it. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's a dirty 20. 14 plus 6.
Amazing. Okay. Give me damage. I'm sorry. I'm trying to desperately trying to find its AC here a little bit. A little
scattered. Good. So that's 2 attacks. Well, if the 13 hits.
Sorry, on that. Okay. Here it is. My goodness. Oh yeah, you absolutely. Actually, it has an AC of 9.
Oh wow.
It is not. It probably believes it gets by entirely on the grace of its ethereal nature and doesn't think to defend itself.
Gotcha.
So crack. How much damage are we doing?
So that is 6 plus 8 for the 2 attacks. So it's 14 total.
14. You do a decent dent. These are powerful spirits, not to be thought of as weak. You definitely draw its attention towards you, and away from your mother as she lays beneath it. It kind of turns on you to attack. But before it can, it looks up and hears the as it's coming around for another pass, growing more red with every second. And the spirit sort of takes off into the woods, disengage, run away. The great bird is flying, and in this moment it sort of fully becomes red like the other spirits, and you're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And you hear your mother speaking in words you don't fully understand, but her hand comes up shaking, covered in blood. And she is going to look at you. Actually, she doesn't look at you. She looks at the bird as it's flying in with great calm, and says in common, actually, in her delirium from the assault, says, I have been connected to you since I was born. My son's been connected to you since you were born. I give you my blood for all the blessings you bestowed upon my family. Be free from your anger, great spirit. Be free and safe, my boy. And the bird, wind blasts across enough to make the trees bend, and you're blown up at your feet. As you look up, you see the bird has landed and has sort of got its arms back in great presence above your mother. And energy, ki, life force, begins to travel between them. And the bird, the red all dissipates until the bird is barely alive. It is like barely, it's wounded. And in this moment, something very strange happens. You feel a presence. You're in chaos, to be clear. And in this moment, as you look upon the spirit of the wilds, everything goes still. All the trees seem to be in perfect order, though they weren't a moment ago. Everything almost seems visually parallel. And the bird's spirit that is weakened, no longer enraged, but weakened from this malady, and the rumbling within the earth, everything just seems perfectly in balance. Behind the bird, in the distance, you see a form standing on the horizon. Calamity, as tall as a mountain, moving with great haste with fleet foot. She's clad in silver armor and blue robes, a mighty hood. As she makes her way towards Cathmoira, and you feel like her eyes almost train upon you from under her hood through the bird for a moment. And the moment that happens, the bird explodes into four. 4 separate birds, and one flies right at you. Goes through. The other 3 birds take off at lightning speed. And the earth shakes again. All of this peace and order and all of these things are gone. Your mother's breathing but barely. She's really hurt. She needs to get taken somewhere. That's all you know in this moment. You just feel this urge come over you, like you need to get your mother safe. You know that's what you got to do in this moment. There's no time for anything else. Is that what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. He will. He'll run over and he'll actually, yeah, he's got every morning he casts his only spell that he can really cast, and it's Goodberry. So
Nice.
he offers his mother, these might help, and just kind of tries to get her to eat it, and just picks her up, and well, probably carry. He's big enough to carry her.
You pick her up for sure. She's really wounded. She's like gored in the chest. And you're trying to offer these berries. She spits some blood across herself. She goes, I hate those, boy.
I know. He'll run. He'll just think a posse.
Yeah, you run through the city. It is at this moment that Ox, you're running with this guy over your shoulder to take care of him, whatever that means, whatever the plan is. And as you turn a corner, this like barely perceivable, like, bird made of, like, the wind or something flies through. And you just kind of, what the hell was that? And you find yourself turned around for whatever reason. And you see your pal Hekate running through the city with who you probably expect is his sister or his mother, bloody in his arms, desperately.
Damn.
What would you do?
How far have I gotten from the druids at the tree line?
Well, this is the Druid City.
From where I started in that case, like
Pretty
from
far.
care.
Pretty
Okay, cool. I hold my hand up as Hector gets close, trying to avoid any conversational topic about the body I'm holding, and simply listen. The edges of the city, there are druids. They have trees they're walking through. I'm directing you towards that. I'll be right behind you for backup if you'd like it. I just need a moment.
Right. Do you have any healing?
I don't, but they might.
Thank you.
I'll
Ox.
be right behind you. I'll catch up.
Right. And he'll turn and go the direction.
Once Hecator's eyes are off of me, I, speaking to Syrax's unconscious body, I go, need blood. It'll be weird if you don't change. Any, like, unfortunate just happenings around me? Probably plenty, right?
Plenty. If you want to understand how to set off whatever it is he's trying to do,
Yes, please.
you can make me an Arcana check.
Cool. That is 16 on the die for a dirty 20.
Okay. So, the more blood he spills, so once he carved this rune into his chest, it became once he had done that, it was only a matter of time. Once he had carved that on his chest, the more blood of people he had spilt since having carved that, the stronger the devil would be. And he has turned his body into a gate into hell.
Gotcha.
So this is essentially like a suicide bomber situation, where to truly activate it is to stab himself in the heart, or to activate it he can consciously activate it or stab himself in the heart. That
Gotcha.
would summon like a low level devil. But for
If I were
every
to
innocent or person he kills before he does that, after forming it, the stronger the devil will be.
Gotcha. Does it have to be him self-consciously?
That part you don't know.
I'm going to go out on the limb, and as soon as the eyes are off me, I'm going to take his knife in his own hand, and I'm going to shove his own hand as hard as I can into his own chest in the sigil.
As you do that, his eyes blink awake as the blade touches his chest. He looks at you, dazed. And then
You're getting the job done.
Thank you, brother. And in horror beneath you, as you step back, his body begins to writhe, like something's trying to get out of it. And you basically see an imp. This small, this big, leathery wing, what you'd imagine a devil would look like. Just like a rat getting out of a fucking, like, claws its way out of his chest cavity and pulls itself and like flutters off into the city to join the rest of the mob of imps in the city.
Cool. Following that directly, I will take after Hector and essentially provide backup as he's like helping out his mom. Just another pair of hands to get to the tree line.
Got it. Hector, would you have gone back for your uncle?
Hmm. How chaotic is it right now? Does it look like I could get to where I think a posse might be
You're
without
fast.
encountering?
You're pretty fast.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would say you could. Your mother didn't go, like, you didn't just run across the whole city. She didn't go tremendously far. So you could probably get back with relative ease. It would take half a minute to a minute.
Okay. Yeah, he'll do it. He'll try to find a posse.
Yeah. You run. You go running for your stall, looking around. You see, your uncle. He is laying against a pillar. He is leaned over his stomach. And he is pale as you've ever seen him. Your uncle fought bravely, and by the number of bodies around, took many more with him. And your uncle is dead.
Okay. He'll look up, and hopefully his mother's not too conscious, but he'll kind of hold her head a little bit closer, and
She's still in this. She doesn't see.
just say no, and kind of being where they were, kind of the market area. You
do see little Harold. He is still alive. He's strung up against it, even more panicked than before, but can't get himself free over near your uncle's body.
All right. He'll kind of one-handed, while holding his mother, try to sling a produce flame over at the rope that's holding him, I guess.
Yeah. And the reins that were holding him to the pillar burst, and he, if it didn't entirely do it, certainly the strength of little Harold does, and agitated, sort of gets free and kind of runs right through your shack. It doesn't matter now, but you see all the pottery you worked so hard on gets smashed, whether you care or not. And he gets out, and he kind of looks over at you and kind of walks up to you, and he's kind of like nudging you with his snout for comfort.
Hector will hold a hand out and just say, "No time. Run! Run!"
Make me an animal handling check or an intimidation check.
Ooh. He'd go animal handling. That is a 19.
A 19. You push it, and you're like, go, 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 and you're like, are slapping as hard as you can across its rear. And it doesn't want to leave you. It's sort of like fighting, but it's also domesticated and has learned to take commands, and at least as much as that. And you're slapping the shit out of its rear until eventually it starts to like move away. You maybe like yell, go, go, and it just starts like rhinoceros, like smashing through stalls and runs off into the wood as best as it can. At which point Ox runs up to you, and you two see something horrifying. You look up into the sky to see a burning bright light, and you see Avalir crack into two as it descends towards Cathmoira, faster than it should.
That's not good.
I'm hoping you don't have any more animals to save. We have to leave.
No.
All right, go.
All right, you guys run. Barbarian speed, monk speed, getting there as fast as you can. You guys are going to run. You get there. I'm going to leave this one to the dice because there's a chance you might get care out of here, Ox. I'm just going to roll dice, and I'm going to say it's 50-50 if I get back.
Okay.
You run back towards the tree. She's not there. She might have gone through the tree. But the tree's still open. Go through. Okay.
Yeah, I go through.
You two go through. Team Avalir. You heard the word that the administration's going down with the ship. If there's ever any doubt in your mind, Liastara, your mother was behind you, it's gone. Unless you believed that she would ignore orders given from the city. You guys are standing at the threshold of this teleportation circle. What do you do?
I think Leah will start to cry again. She doesn't know how to behave in such situations.
That's fair. That's fair.
So yeah, she cries again and just I think she'll need help getting into the teleportation circle.
Excellent. So here's what I'm going to say. Lumira, you've been escorting these refugees. Let's be honest, you've been the pack leader here. You run over to the circle. Would you go through first, or are you like, go, go, go?
I would go through last.
Okay, you're like, go, go, go. Go, go, go. And you look around. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? You look back. The wizard says, we need to go now! And in this moment, you see down, as you're clearly about to take off to go get Liastara, you see two birds coming down this main street. One flies right into Liastara. And one flies right at you, Lumira. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And this, like, wind-built bird flies into you. And you fall back onto the portal. Liastara, you don't know how to behave in this moment. You look up to see this bird fly into you. And you are suddenly filled with the voice of your mother. She says, go, sweetheart. Go. Go to the portal. Just go, please. Do you do it?
Yeah, she'll stumble forward into the portal. Mm-hmm.
You look up to see a barely functional Liastara pull herself to her feet, crying, wailing, stumbling until you get to the circle, and the wizard casts teleportation circle. And as you two jump in, it'll be unbeknownst to you that this all happens at the exact same moment in time, and all of you are going to see a flash of the exact same image. You are going to see a hawk with its wings outstretched, almost like as if on a livery. And its shape is highlighted by a double-bearded axe around its wings. And a large circle of wood around its edge. This strange symbol. A bird, an axe, and a wreath. And it is a momentary flash of seeing this, and the image sort of explodes across your senses that are in warp because you are currently in the ether of teleportation, and wherever you are being sent is not where you go, nor is it where the people before you go. You go somewhere else. And suddenly, it is frigid cold. Wind sweeping past you. There are no sounds of anything other than the howling wind, the cries and distress of people nearby, and a white landscape. It is cold. You don't know where you are. You're in the Arctic. You are surrounded by some 3, 4 dozen individuals, all clearly from Avalir. Why did the druid send you here? Why did the wizard send you here? What did they? You don't know. But what you do feel a couple of moments later is the world rumbles. It is like you felt Avalir fall all the way on the side, wherever you are. Maybe you're on the same continent. Maybe you're somewhere else. The world shakes, and you know Avalir and Cathmoira are no more. Something in your heart tells you everyone you left behind, they're gone. Something horrible has happened, and you don't know where you are. We will see if you survive. That is where we'll end the session.
Good grief. It's great.
Terrifying. Lovely.
Yeah, that was really good.
So
Yes,
we're,
was
we're,
good.
we're in the middle of nowhere and it's really cold.
Feels fine to me.
Yeah, you're like, perfect. Oh, we're
Oh,
home.
man.
We're like home sweet home or something. Yeah.
Yep.
The motherland. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed session 1. There will be proper combat in this campaign.